afternoon, sir. Can you tell me your name, or good morning, I guess?
I'm Barry Wolf.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to tell or repeat what's in the transcript to the best of your abilities, exactly as it appears in the transcript?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
I'll start at 74, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would call Detective Miller.
Detective Miller, you can come right up to the stand for me. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Line 7.
Good afternoon.
Or morning, I guess. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Careful on those steps. Detective Miller, you may take off your mask if you want, or you can leave it on.
Thank you. Kind of irritating.
It is. It's somewhat hard to talk with it on. Detective Miller, did you see any of today's proceedings or yesterday's proceedings via the live YouTube stream?
Forgive me, ma'am. I'm hard of hearing, and my hearing aids aren't working properly.
All right. Well, I have a couple of things. I can give you a headset so you can hear a little bit better. Do you want to do that?
Well, give me a moment. I'll try to turn it up.
All right.
We'll give it a try.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, good. So did you watch any of the live stream on YouTube of today's proceedings or yesterday's proceedings?
I have seen nothing, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat, and can you tell us your name for the record?
My name is Richard Charles Miller. That's M-I-L-L-E-R.
Thank you, sir. You may go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I am not. I am retired.
And what are you retired from?
I was a detective sergeant with the Michigan Department of State Police at the Newaygo Post.
Could you please briefly describe your history with law enforcement?
I joined the Department of State Police on August 28th. I believe it was in 1971. My first assignment was the Indiana border post known as Teconcha, which took in Coldwater. I spent almost 2.5 years there. I was transferred to Bridgeport, Michigan, which is Saginaw area. I spent about almost 7 years in Saginaw. I got promoted to narcotics in Detroit. I served 3 years in Detroit, and I got transferred to Newaygo, and that's where I remained until I retired.
You mentioned you were promoted. What rank were you promoted to?
Detective sergeant.
And was that the narcotics post?
That was.
And is that the rank at which you retired?
It was.
Thank you. Aside from the lawyers and Detective Rios and the judge and the courtroom staff, have you had contact with anyone in the courtroom today?
Well, being in the Newaygo Post, I met most of the defense attorneys. The judge was at one time a defense attorney. I knew her from previous work experiences. Mr. Pryzak, the same qualifications. And I believe the gentleman sitting there with the orange suit on, I've had contact with before.
And how do you recognize the man with the orange suit?
He reminds me a lot of his father, if he is who I think he is.
Could I ask that the defendant remove his mask very briefly?
Mr. Snell, will you remove your mask so that the detective can get a look at you? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Having seen the man in the orange jumpsuit, do you recognize him?
It's been a long time, but I think the last name is Snell.
Okay, thank you. Now, was your contact with Mr. Snell here, was that as part of your job as a detective?
It was.
And how did that interaction begin?
Well, I was following up on a report of a missing person complaint in which I spoke to a number of people.
And when was that missing person's complaint?
The missing person report was acquired by my office on the 22nd of August of 1983.
Okay, and who made that complaint?
A woman by the name of Karen Atwood.
When you spoke with Karen Atwood, what was your understanding of her concern? Who was she looking for?
Well, Karen Atwood explained to me She was the mother of a person that was Richard Lawrence Atwood, her son, and that he had disappeared unexpectedly. And she had talked to numerous people that knew her son and could come up with no answers to why her son disappeared.
Were you at the state police, the first police agency that she had gone to?
No,
Okay. And was that unusual for you to get a complaint of something that was already reported?
a little bit, but we're kind of a small community up here, and our resources are somewhat at times and spread a little thin. So we're about helping each other, but we always do a courtesy of telling the other side, hey, I'm also working on a complaint. Do you have any issues? I did so in that case, and I talked to a deputy that took the report, and he encouraged me to go ahead and investigate it.
Okay. So what did you do when you started your missing persons investigation?
Well, first of all, I determined the missing person was not listed in our computer system known as NCIC lien, nor was the vehicle he was supposedly driving.
So what did you do about that?
I had entered in the computer. I had him entered in the computer, and then I started talking to some known friends of him, missing and family members.
Okay. When you listed Richard Atwood's car in NCIC lien, what information did you include in that listing?
Missing person, whole vehicle, and I don't remember the particulars. I don't think we referred it as possibly stolen. It just says missing person.
Okay.
And after the vehicle surfaced, then things started to come together.
Well, let's address that. So did your listing in lien of Richard Atwood's car work?
Pardon me?
Did your listing work? Was it found?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. How were you notified it was found?
I was notified, if I remember correctly, by the Kent County Sheriff's Department that they had received a call from a record service on the east end of town, east end of the county, and that it was owned by a Richard Lawrence Atwood.
Okay,
and that it was being held by a garage.
did you contact that wrecking company garage?
I did.
All right. And when you contacted them, did they have a name associated with that car?
Yes, they did.
And what name was that?
Michael Roberts, I believe.
Okay. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. Can you, Michael, who?
Roberts.
Roberts.
Thank you.
I'm just going to show them to.
No objection, Judge.
Can I have a moment, Your
You
Honor?
can. From 25.
Detective Miller, I'm showing you what's been previously marked and admitted as People's Exhibit 2 and 3, or Court's Exhibit 2 and 3, I'm sorry.
I recognize it, sir.
You do? And what do you recognize those pictures to be?
This is a representation, a photographic representation of the missing vehicle. It's a 1975.
Okay,
A senior moment here, just bear with me.
that's fine.
Trans Am, and it was a burnt brown in color, had license plates from Michigan, and that's the vehicle that was associated with Mr. Atwood's disappearance.
Okay, thank you. if you could just hold on to those for a moment. You at some point personally saw this car?
I did.
And was that the condition that you saw it in?
The condition I saw it myself, yeah.
I'll take those back from you. Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
You may, thank you.
I'm just going to give you these back.
Thank you.
So you saw it in person. Where did you see it first?
Where I saw the vehicle,
Yes.
it was at a service station known as
Are you forgetting the name of the service?
East Beltline. It's auto service and repair.
Okay.
And it was, I may have twisted that name around a little bit, but it was on the east side, east end of town on what's called Leonard Street, East Leonard and East Beltline. And at that time, it was not nearly as built up as it is currently. It's all,
So when did you go out there to see the car?
when did I what?
When did you go out there to see the car?
I believe it was the 20th of October of 1983.
Okay.
It was in October of 83. I'm not absolutely assuming my memory is serving me correctly on a date, but real close to that.
Okay. After you went out there, what did you do with the car?
Well, I made some visual observations, and I realized I needed to have the vehicle processed by technicians for trace evidence.
What were your initial observations? First, let's talk about the outside of the car.
Well, on the outside of the car was basically a brunt brown color, a two-door. On the front of the hood of the car, it was I call it spoiler. It was an air intake controller that had been removed, and it was found that in the trunk of the car, it exposed the carburation part of the car to the elements. I noticed that the car had numerous items of discarded papers and just in general, trash items that weren't normal in a car.
That was inside the car?
Inside the car.
Okay.
There was a sunroof on the car. The car had quite a large amount of sand, dirt on the car, and which surprised me for not, I could tell there was dirt on the exterior of the hood of the car and it runs along side of the door. There was the same type of solvent underneath the car and the trams of the joints of the frames come to the car, come together, and there was other contamination. I noticed brown crusted stains on the dash, on the floor in the driver's seat, to the right of the driver's seat, in between the bucket seats, and again in the back. It'd be the far left passenger's side. It was a similar type of stain, which I was quite suspicious of.
Why were you suspicious of that? What did it look like to you?
Well, in my experience, it could very well have been dry blood.
And why was the dirt or sand noteworthy inside and outside the car?
Well, I noticed that behind the driver's wheel, I had the impression it was street marks that I saw on the dash and on the steering wheel. Somebody had taken a wet type of sand or clean dirt. It was not mud. It was very clean type of dirt, like mortar sand, perhaps, if you know what mortar sand looks like, and it had water with it. And you could see where somebody had made a motion of leaving street marks with the sand on the dash and around the steering wheel. And there was similar type of street marks on the exterior of the car. I don't recall exactly where, but I think it was behind the driver's seat. I had the vehicle secured and I had it transported to a secured facility.
Okay, let's talk about that. Where did you have the vehicle taken to?
I contacted the East Leonard Auto Repair Shop to transport the vehicle, in which I followed them.
Okay, you followed them?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
to maintain security on the evidence.
Okay, so you followed it all the way to another location?
to the Michigan State Police District Headquarters. At that point, it was in Rockford, Michigan.
Okay. And is that where the vehicle was kept going forward?
Pardon?
Is that where you kept the vehicle going forward?
The vehicle was retained there until it was processed by members of the crime lab.
Okay.
And after that, I had it transported again to the state police in Nuevo.
Okay, before we get there, in Rockford, was it kept inside or outside?
It was inside a closed vehicle or inside of a closed garage
And is that where it was processed?
the first time.
Okay, and the first time was done by who?
Members of the crime lab.
Okay,
Glenn Moore and also a detective Fred Prisby.
okay. Just give me one moment, please.
Uh-huh.
After the lab finished, did you examine the car again?
I did.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Well, I looked at what the crime lab had confiscated, and I realized that we didn't have although we had a lot of trash items and things discarded in the vehicle, I didn't have a log of things that was quite obviously with evidence. So I went back into the car and I seized just about everything extraneous that was floating in the vehicle.
Do you remember everything that you took out of the vehicle?
I have it recorded on report forms.
Would that refresh your recollection to see that?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Can I see that
Oh, I'm sorry.
before you give it to the witness? Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, sir, I do. This is a photostatic copies of a report form known as a UD-14, which I evidence transferred and a list. I have items listed from number 3 all the way through 20. We're talking 17 different items that I had secured or I kept from the vehicle.
So that UD-14 reflects what you took from the vehicle at that time.
Yes.
All right. And could you detail for the court what items you took, just by way of listing?
Well, I'll just read directly from the form this way. Item number 3, and obviously there's 2 previous items that were seized before. You're going to have UD-14s from members of the crime lab because they have their own separate accounting mechanism. This came after the crime lab. So I put down number 1 was the vehicle itself. I don't recall number 2 exactly. What was number 2? But this starts off with item number 3.
Okay, thank you.
There's a plastic baggie containing 3 matchbooks and a McDonald's straw wrapper. Item number 4, plastic baggie containing 1 matchbook, McDonald's straw wrapper, tissue paper, a cigarette butt, and a business card. Item number 5, plastic baggie containing 1 lamp light, 1 ceramic switch, 1 cardboard token, and 1 auto lighter package. Item number 6 is a plastic baggie containing 2 Bic lighters, 2 candy wrappers, M&M type, bottle cap, and antacid wrapper. Yeah. Item number 7, 1 plastic baggie containing paper towels. Number 8, 1 plastic baggie containing plastic cups with plastic covers. Item number 9, a plastic baggie containing cigarette butts from the ashtray. Item number 10, 1 plastic baggie containing residue from the left rear door. Number 11, 1 plastic baggie containing residue from the left rear door. Item number 12, 1 plastic baggie containing residue from the right rear door. Number 13, 1 plastic baggie containing residue from the driver's seat and floor. Number 14, 1 plastic baggie containing debris from the right rear floor area. Number 15, 1 plastic baggie with dirt sample from the trunk of the vehicle. Number 16, plastic baggie with loose coins, glass sample, bottle cap, paper tissue. Item number 17, plastic baggie with 2 metal zipper pieces and plant material. Number 18, a plastic baggie with contents of ashtray from the right rear passenger seat. Item 19, plastic baggie with contents of a dirt sample taken from the driver's door area and also containing a metal zipper piece. Number 20, a plastic baggie with a bottle caps, paper straps, license plate bolts, an artist paintbrush. Number 21, evidence bag envelope containing 3 empty pop cans. Notation 16, item 16, as I further described, as consisting of 1 50-cent piece, 1 quarter, 1 dime, 3 nickels, and 5 pennies, with a gross value of $1.55. Item number 20, it contained 2 quarters, value of 50 cents, and for some reason, I've got a duplicate copy of 14 twice here.
I'm sorry. All right, thank you. Did you ever collect something that you logged as item number 25 on a separate sheet?
Possibly. I don't recall independently what it was.
Your Honor, may I have continuing permission to?
You may.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Were you marking them or no?
No.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
And what item was that?
This was item number 25. And item number 25 was collected from an item inside the vehicle.
Okay. What was item 25 and where was it collected from?
I classified it as a blood type stain on a label of spray bottle. And there was a clutter in the trunk of the car as well as the passenger part of the vehicle. But I took notes in the trunk of the car. There was an aerosol type can. It had a paper wrapper on it. And I took notes. I think it was a glob of crusted material. It wasn't that large. It probably, I want to estimate about the size of a navy bean that had dried on it. On the paper, and it was, well, I'm looking at it and I thought it was most likely blood, a blood.
What did you do with it?
I collected it and secured it and subsequently had it examined by a pathologist.
What was your process in preserving it?
Well, it was already air dried, which is the most routine way of collecting blood. I shaved it off the label. I believe I kept the actual label itself and put it in a paper packet. Property marked it where it came from, item number, complaint number, who I was, date and time, and subsequently transferred it to, like I say, to a pathologist.
Okay, now when the process you just described, is that what you did with all of these things that you collected?
Yes, basically a property check technique.
And what was done with them once they were logged and preserved in that manner? How were they maintained?
Forgive me, one more time.
After you collected them and preserved them, how were those items that you seized maintained? Were they kept somewhere?
Those things that didn't go directly to the crime lab or other independent lab, they were retained at the state police property room, which we have an audit process to make sure that we account for everything we seize.
Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to some of those specific items. You previously mentioned the dirt. You collected samples of the dirt. What, if anything, did you do with those samples?
The dirt samples?
Yes.
I contacted a professor at Michigan State University, if I remember correctly, asking for analysis of the soil.
Okay.
In an effort to determine the origin of where it came from.
And what did you do with that navy bean sized globular that you collected?
Take me back on it. It's not nearly as large as a navy bean.
Okay.
Perhaps about the size of a green pea.
Okay. What did you do with that?
The stain?
Yes.
Initially, I gave it to Dr. Ronald Grazer, who was the county pathologist, I guess the term.
Okay.
And I told him my concerns. I thought possibly that the dried globular, what I thought was blood, that they could be properly mounted on a slide and sliced ultra thin, and based on that, maybe give me some idea what type of tissue, if any, was rinsed out the body or the source of the globular. And he got back to me and gave me his results.
Thank you. And the cigarettes, you found those cigarettes to be noteworthy for some reason?
There were other cigarettes too. I don't have record of what. Back then, we didn't have a whole lot of experience working with DNA. It was before things really started moving. And I don't recall at that point in time sending those cigarette butts in for analysis for DNA. I don't recall doing that.
Okay. Did you find any larger items in the vehicle that you found to be noteworthy or suspicious for some reason?
Yes.
What?
Well, the one obvious thing was a fishing pole and some gear, but I noticed a wooden handle.
What kind of handle?
In my opinion, it belonged to a shovel.
And just the handle?
Just a handle.
What state was it in?
It was broke off, perhaps closer to the shovel end than any else and that was lying in the trunk of the car.
So there was a broken shovel handle in the trunk?
That's correct.
And why was that noteworthy to you?
Well, it was unusual. First thought was, why did somebody save this? What value does a broken shovel handle have?
Did it appear to you that it had been sitting there broken for a long time, freshly broken, if you could tell?
Well, it wasn't a brand new shovel handle. It had been exposed to the elements for some time and weathered, and no varnish on the finish. It was all just bare wood, and as I had stated, I had some previous experience being basically a ditch digger. I used to work for a landscaping corporation and doing an awful lot of shovel work. And my opinion was the shovel was an old shovel. It had been around for a while. I couldn't explain why the shovel handle was broken, but it didn't hurt to keep it. So I just added it to the collection of evidence.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that it looked like an old shovel that had recently broken?
I believe so.
Okay. Were you able to learn where the vehicle was towed from initially?
Yes.
Page 95. And where was that?
Gateway Motel.
And did you eventually go to the Gateway Motel?
I did.
Where was that?
That the structure no longer exists. They tore it down and
Today it no longer exists?
today. But at the time, it was 28th Street and East Beltline. I'm going to estimate a distance from Like Auto Repair Shop to the Gateway, pretty close to 5 miles perhaps, less than 5 miles.
Okay. And did you speak to, the first time you went to the Gateway, did you speak to somebody there or did you call them or?
To the motel?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct in that you contacted them more than once?
Yes.
All right. The second time that you talked to them, do you recall who you talked with?
I believe Gail Rushlow.
Gail Rushlow. And did you ask her for any records at that time?
I did.
What records did you, first of all, what records did you receive from her?
I received a registration card for the occupancy of room number 20. And also I received 2 separate sheets of telephone records. That's when customers make an outgoing call and it'd be charged to the account, a separate ledger for the motel to maintain who's calling where. And there were 2 entries that caught my eye when I looked at the document.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think it's already been admitted, I think.
It has not.
Okay,
No.
Just a brief question though. Is it Rushlow?
She's on our witness list.
Are you still intending to call her?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
I'm approaching you, detective, with 3 pieces of paper stapled together. If you could turn to the second page, please. It's what's been previously marked as exhibit number 6, I should say. '53. We're out of order because I did it this morning, Your Honor.
That's okay.
This is the first time I've seen this document here. I haven't seen this document before. I had this. This is the first time I've seen this.
Okay.
But the following page,
Are you speaking of it's the first time you've seen this front page of that document, correct? Is that what you're referring to, or are you?
there's 3 sheets of paper, 2 I recognize. The one on top, I've never seen before.
Right. If you could turn to the second page, please. Pay no attention to the first page.
I think for the record, we should probably clarify. The first page, I think, is the authentication of the regularly kept record by Ms. Rushlow.
Counsel is correct.
I've got page number 2 in front of me.
Okay. Do you recognize page number 2?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a long distance telephone traffic sheet that's maintained by it was maintained by the Gateway Motel.
So that's what you received from the Gateway Motel?
I believe it was the same day, yes.
Okay. When you obtained that, did you ask for the phone logs for a specific day?
I asked for a bracket of days.
Okay. What was that bracket?
Well, he did basically when Mr. Atwood disappeared to the time the vehicle was towed in.
Okay. And so would you say you asked for, would it be fair to say that you asked for the records from August 10th and 11th?
Probably the 11th, I would imagine.
The 11th. Okay. Now, did any of those, actually scratch that, please. If you could turn to page 3 of what you have in front of you.
Okay.
Do you recognize that page?
Yes, it's a continuation of, I do.
And what is that?
This is a copy of the registration card for the motel room at Gateway Motel, in which it's written out in the name of Mike Roberts Jr.
All right. And what room was that for?
20, I believe.
All right. And does it have a date on it?
Yes, it is room 20, and it also records on that card a vehicle associated with it.
And what vehicle?
Shows Trans Am.
And what date is on that registration card?
What date was the registration card? August 10th of 1983.
Thank you. Now, you received those from Gail Rushlow,
I did.
and she was an employee at the Gateway Motel?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we would move to admit what's been previously marked as exhibit number 53. It's accompanied, as counsel correctly stated, by a business record certification page filled out by Gail Rushlow.
Any objection, Mr. Prysock?
No, Your Honor.
The court would admit exhibit 6, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry. And that it should read exhibit 53. Thank you.
If you could hand,
Could I publish that to the court?
You may.
Now, talking specifically about this registration card from Mike Roberts in room 20, why did that stick out to you? What did you think that was important? Sorry, why did you think that was important?
well, because that's the same name that was used to the record service to pick up and repair the vehicle. I suppose there was damage to the vehicle.
And
One one fed the other, and the telephone records took us.
Okay, let me ask a question about that. Connecting room 20, can you talk about that? Let me rephrase this. These telephone records, what are those? What are the telephone records? What do they show?
Well, they show the outgoing telephone calls was made from room 20 to two separate telephone numbers, which were located in Nuevo County.
And those calls were made on August 11th?
Yes.
Were you able to track down those phone numbers that were called from room 20?
At a later date, yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Well, I had to get a search warrant and contact the telephone corporation at that headquarters. We're in Detroit, and I had to ship the documents or court order to a fellow detective, and he came back with the information I requested.
And what information was that?
It was who the subscribers were for the two Nuevo County telephone numbers, who they were, and the location of their address.
And what was that information?
Objection, we're into hearsay and it's not.
The objection is that that would be hearsay, the answer to that question?
Yes.
Was the information, all right, your response?
As to what the information was would be hearsay.
Your response, Mr. Gunderson?
Your Honor, this was obtained as part of a report in preliminary examinations. Reports that are not made by law enforcement are admissible without foundation.
I think that's accurate. I'm going to allow you to answer the question, Mr. Miller.
Do you want me to ask it again?
Well, you're wishing to know who the subscriber information was
Yes.
for both phone numbers. One was an elderly fellow who lived west of White Cloud. Charles Brown was his name, and
I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear you, Detective.
Charles Brown,
Charles Brown.
Charles Brown?
and the other one was to a Roy Snell on Baseline Road, which was east of White Cloud.
Now, did you become familiar in the course of your investigation with the Snell family?
Yes,
Are you talking about Roy Snell Sr. or Roy Snell Jr.?
I'm talking about Roy Snell Sr.
Thank you. Just give me one moment, please. With that registration card, did you forward that card for handwriting analysis at some point?
Yes,
Okay. As the result of information that you obtained from these phone records and registration card, did you speak with the defendant?
for a short period of time.
Okay. And did you advise him of his rights at that time?
No.
Why not?
Well, just another person out there, and I was trying to get an answer why phone calls were going to his dad's house.
Okay. And at that first contact you had with the defendant, Roy Snell Jr., I'm calling him the defendant, Your Honor, not to be rude, but just to.
For clarification purposes.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. What was his demeanor like?
I found him to be quite evasive and declined not to answer the questions I was asking him. It was a very short conversation with him. There was another officer with me at the time, and it was obvious to me that he had information that he was trying to conceal and did not want to talk about.
Okay. Was that the only time you spoke with the defendant?
No,
Did you have occasion to speak with him a second time at another location?
I had a time when he was in the Kent County Jail.
Okay. And at that time, why were you talking to him?
I had a court order for asking for a handwriting sample.
Okay. Approach you one more time. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked as exhibit number 54. If you could take a look at that. It's 2 pages.
Yes, sir, and I recognize it.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a 2-page sheet of handwriting samples of Mr. Snell.
Is that the handwriting sample that you took that day that you just described?
A copy of it.
Okay. And do you recall when you took that sample specifically?
The 28th of February of 1985.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit what's been marked as People's Number 54 or Exhibit Number 54.
Mr. Prysock, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The court would admit Exhibit 54, the handwriting sample.
Thank you. If you could publish that to the court, please, Detective, just hand it up to the judge. Thank you very much. Seven months, Your Honor. When you took that handwriting sample, was there anything unusual about that interaction?
Yes, sir, there was.
What was unusual?
The behavior of the defendant in filling out the form.
What was unusual about his behavior?
It took us 2 hours to get those 2 sheets of paper. Myself and Detective Jack Weber was with me, and he was copying the different type of letters in different parts of the handwriting exemplar very painfully slow. It took us 2 hours to get what we got, and it was style-wise, it was obvious to me that he was trying to disguise his writing.
Okay. Now, when you presented him and to him and asked him for a handwriting sample, did you also show him the search warrant?
Yes,
And what did he do with the search warrant?
he read it.
He read it. So you were satisfied that the defendant could read and write?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did he make any statements at that time that you found noteworthy?
I remember a statement, but I don't recall which day it was it took place.
It took place during one of your contacts with the defendant?
Yeah.
And what was that?
Are we talking about a statement made in the jail, or are we talking about a statement made some other time?
You wait just a minute, Mr. Henderson. You may go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Do you recall when that statement was made?
I thought I did, but I can't document with review of the report.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that it wasn't at your first contact with him?
Oh, definitely not the first time.
Okay. How many times did you interview the defendant?
I think a total of 3.
Okay. So the second time was the handwriting sample on February 28th of 85?
That's correct.
And when was this third time?
Time of day?
The third statement. Do you recall the date?
Pardon me, ma'am, could I have a side bar with the attorney, just?
You can't have a sidebar with him. If you don't understand the question, he can ask it again in a different way.
Well, I think I know what he's asking, but I'm not certain I can identify it properly too.
That's fine. We'll get there, Your Honor.
All right?
Is there something that would refresh your recollection as to when the date of your third contact with the defendant was?
There is some sort of record that.
Okay. Could I have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I believe this is the date which we received the handwriting exemplars.
Okay. What is it that you're looking at?
Pardon?
What is it? Sorry, Max. What is it that you're looking at there?
I'm looking at a supplemental report dated February 20th of 1985.
And that's your supplemental report?
Pardon?
That's your supplemental report?
It is. It bears my signature, and I attempted to interview him on 2/20 of 85. After giving him his advice of rights, he said he didn't want to talk anymore.
Okay.
And he told me everything he knew the first time we met.
So looking at the date, that being February 20th of 85, and previously identifying the handwriting sample date as the 28th, could it be possible that of the 3 times, the handwriting time was the third time as opposed to the second time, and you just have them transposed, Detective?
I think what happened here, if I remember right, I discovered that he was in jail and I went to see if he would talk with me. He didn't.
Okay,
And then I went and got the handwriting order, court order, and went back a third time.
now when you spoke to him, you said he didn't say anything at this interview, correct?
On 2/20?
On 2/20.
The 2/20 interview?
Yes, thank you.
I remember him making a comment about somebody he thought was talking to me.
Okay, and what was that, on 2/20 or 2/21?
It apparently would have to have been on the 20th or the,
Okay,
no, pardon me. It'd have to be the day the search warrant was executed,
on the,
because it was after he read the affidavit to the search warrant that he made a comment.
so when you went to collect a handwriting sample, you showed him the search warrant. He read the affidavit and said something to you?
Yep.
What did he say?
Somebody should tell J.B. Martin to shut his mouth,
Thank you.
or something characterized like that.
Okay,
But it was directed towards Mr. Martin.
so at some point, well, this started as a missing persons investigation. Had it turned into something else by this point?
I'm sorry, one more time?
At some point, did this turn from a missing persons investigation into a different kind of investigation?
It turned into a homicide investigation that very day that we discovered the vehicle.
And why did you change your mind about the nature of this investigation?
Well, the blood in the car, for one, and number two, the manner in which it was concealed, and three, that the motel records had a fictitious name, which we traced back directly to the Snell and the Brown residence. And that's when it became officially a homicide.
Okay. If I can turn back to one detail, you mentioned the Brown residence. That was one of the other phone calls?
Yes.
Was that noteworthy for any reason?
Its significance became apparent after we talked to Mr. Brown.
And what significance became apparent?
Well, Mr. Brown had a caretaker and he had a daughter by the name of Anita. We discovered that Roy Snell, the defendant, had a living arrangement with a Miss Mackey. And Miss Mackey was the daughter of Mr. Brown's paramour.
The defendant was dating someone who may have been living in that home?
Cornelia Mackey's daughter.
Okay. Someone who may have been living at the Brown residence?
Yeah.
Okay. You said this became a homicide investigation. Did you ever find Ricky Atwood's body?
No.
Did you search for it?
Oh, a lot. We did some search techniques we hadn't used before. A lot of foot searches, chased down various potential leads. We all come back. We did not find the body of Ricky Atwood.
Where did you look?
Primarily in Nuevo County, Merrill Township, Wilcox Township, any place I could find some potential connection of Mr. Snell or his associate.
Was there any specific location that you focused your search on?
We spent a lot of time in a hunting property up by Merrill Township, which is northern Nuevo County, and locally referred to as the 800 acres. And we determined that the 800 acres was a partial hunting land. At one time was managed by Mr. Snell's father. He was the caretaker, and there was a pond and a lake and a small stream on the property. We used aerial helicopters, infrared spectrometry, a lot of foot searches. We could not come up with a location of where the body was hidden.
When did the search of that property begin? Did it begin in 1983 or when?
Oh, no, it was probably the next year. I forget exactly what year we had the helicopter up there. I got record of it in the report. It's there. This particular case was not started and concluded in one calendar year. worked on it many years, and every time something looked promising, we'd take a good look at it. I got ready to retire, and I had to hand over the unsolved case to my partner, Scott Rios. And here we are today.
How many suspects did you identify during your investigation?
One,
Only one?
only one,
And who is that?
Mr. Snell,
The defendant?
the defendant.
Why did you focus on him?
All the evidence went directly to him. There was no other indicators that somebody else was involved in a homicide. Every telephone call or activity, statements made to other people, they all came back to his doorstep. He was responsible for the murder.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. We have no further questions at this time.
Come right back up to the witness stand for me, Detective Miller. Thank you, sir. You may take that off. We'll start on 20. All right, let's start at 129.
Detective Miller, I think you know me, and so I won't go through the usual spiel that I do. But you know I'm here on behalf of Roy Snell, correct?
That's correct.
I think the last time we were in these circumstances was one of these cold cases.
Pardon?
I said, I think the last time we were in these circumstances was the cold case, the Siders case.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm just gonna ask you to start with the last thing you said, that you identified Mr. Snell here as being responsible for the murder. I think were your words correct?
All that I say I discovered pointed towards him.
Okay. However, we don't know that it was a murder or a homicide definitively. You have no direct information in that regard, correct?
Do I know that? I know from interpretation of the evidence that we collected most.
Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
I would object. A question was asked of the witness, and he should be allowed to answer the question.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead and answer the question, Mr. Miller.
Why did you say it was a murder?
I'm aware, up to the point I retired, I was aware of the whole case file. With all the evidence that we had, it revealed the lab reports and the analysis of the different cells and evidence. There's only one conclusion you can come to, and that there's been a murder.
Well, that was your conclusion.
I think anyone will have that conclusion. I think anybody will have that conclusion.
Well, I'm not asking about anybody. I said that
But that's mine.
was your conclusion.
That's mine. But I think anybody that reviews the things I've reviewed will have the same opinion.
Is that correct? Let me show you a report that I think from the Brown. I think you identified a sample that you collected. Counsel here showed you an exhibit, a dried blood spray on wrapper, and you said you sent that to the pathologist.
Could I look at it? What you're referring to?
I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to have it marked. It's a letter that was sent to you. This is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 55. And I think you have talked about one of the things that you sent the pathologist, dried blood on the spray wrapper from 1975 Pontiac. And I think counsel here showed you what you collected. So could you take a look at that document and tell us what that indicates? Not necessarily the contents, but Detective Miller, but.
I recognize it.
Okay, and what is it?
What is it?
Uh-huh.
This is a copy of a letter of correspondence from the medical examiner's office of Nuevo County. Dr. Ronald Brasher addressed to me in reference to the homicide case we're working on and his analysis of the blood, the dried blood on a label.
And since we got into it, go ahead. What did he say, the dried blood? Did he indicate whether it was animal, human, insect, what it was, I think?
Well, he explained what he did in the preparation, and he explained what he found in the preparation.
What did he say about the blood? I think the third or fourth paragraph there.
Well,
Your Honor, if counsel is moving to admit it, I'd be comfortable with the court reading it. I don't know why the witness has to read someone else's letter.
do you wish me to read the whole thing, sir?
No, I just want you to look at it, and if you could, we'll admit the whole thing. I guess I want you just to read it and then just tell me what.
Well, he can't read it into evidence until it's been admitted.
Right. I don't think he's asking him to read it into evidence.
No,
I think he's asking him to read it to himself, and then we'll go from there with the next question and determine if it's appropriate.
I just want to know if you recognize that document.
I do,
Okay,
and I've read it before.
you received that from Dr. Grazier, correct?
And there's a final paragraph to qualify some of his observations.
Okay, you received that from Dr. Grazier in response to the specimen that you sent him for analysis,
That's correct.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Move for the admission of Exhibit 55.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection? The court would admit Exhibit 55.
All right. And we're not going to read the whole thing. We can if you want. I don't find it necessary. But he did analyze the blood cells and the third paragraph, the first sentence. What did he tell you his conclusion was about the blood cells that he examined on that spray label?
Well, you're talking about the fourth paragraph down.
Let me see. There.
Okay.
Just the first sentence.
The specimen is sheets of, would you like me to read it out loud?
Sure.
Okay, the specimen is sheets of red blood cells with white blood cells interspersed in the proportions normally found in a peripheral blood of a healthy person.
Okay.
Polygonal cells arranged in a plate-like fashion.
So just so it's human blood.
I have no idea what that means.
It was human blood?
Yeah, and
Okay.
these findings were consistent with liver and lung.
Okay. And then he also examined appearances of a portion of a liver and a lung, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. And when he examined the portions of the liver and the lung, the conclusion that he drew, and the first two sentences on the last paragraph there, what conclusions did he draw about that? About what?
He said, I cannot prove from my studies this would be human tissue. It could be animal origin. Many other theories could be used to explain this tissue and its presence, but the most reasonable explanation of this tissue is this setting of a homicide.
Good. That was his conclusion to you?
Yeah.
But he couldn't tell whether it was human tissue or animal tissue, correct?
Pardon?
He couldn't tell whether it was human or animal?
He couldn't, from his studies, differentiate that from human or animal.
Okay. And when you say that, Mr. Snell, you focus your investigation on Mr. Snell, did you have an occasion to talk to another individual by the name of Walter Sanders? Did you talk to?
I believe I did, but independently, I don't recall our contact.
Okay, but you did have some conversation with Walter Sanders?
I'm pretty sure I did.
And did you talk to J.B. Martin too, or no?
I have.
Okay, you actually talked to a lot of people in the whole White Cloud area, correct?
I talked to quite a few people.
Okay, and you talked to those people, you generated reports, correct?
That is correct.
A number of reports, and one of the reports that you were shown today was an interview with Mr. Snell. You actually went there for this handwriting sample on, I think it was the 28th of February. Was it 85?
I'd have to take a look at it. I don't remember what year.
I think it was.
It was not admitted. Oh, the sample, sorry.
Yeah, I just wondered, the year was on there. I believe it was 1985.
Okay,
So you go to the Kent County Jail and you see Mr. Snell and you showed him a warrant for the handwriting samples, correct?
search warrant, yes.
Okay, did you tell him why you wanted the samples? Or just that you had samples that you wanted to collect from him?
I let him read the affidavit of the search warrant, and it was self-explanatory. I was there for comparison purposes.
Okay, and it was investigation with the disappearance, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said that did you read him his Miranda rights or no?
Pardon?
Did you read Miranda to him at that time?
The previous encounter where I read the Miranda, he said he's not saying anything more. It would have been normal policy for me to read his Miranda again at the time of the search warrant.
You didn't write it down, Matt?
It's been 37 years and I don't recall.
Did you? You didn't. If you had read him his Miranda rights, do you think you would have written it down or no?
I think I would have probably written it down.
Okay, because that'd be significant, correct?
It all depends on what the results from the conversation.
Well, one of the things that you said he told you was somebody should tell JB Martin to shut his mouth. That would be significant, wouldn't it?
I don't know if he said shut his mouth or he talks too much. It was something the fact that he felt like he was talking to us.
Well, you said, I wrote it down. Somebody should tell JB Martin to shut his mouth. That's what you said Mr. Snell told you.
That's what I said. I'm qualifying. I'm saying I'm not certain just exactly the paraphrase of what was said.
Something to that effect?
But that was the effect that he's talking too much, not he shouldn't talk.
If you'd written it down, we'd know for sure, correct?
I would assume so.
And you didn't write it in your report, did you?
Not that I am aware of.
But that would be significant, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you also saw him on the 20th, but he didn't make any statements or comments. I think you told us at that time, other than
I think that was the time where he said
everything.
everything he knew he told me the first time around.
That's what I was going to keep going with. Everything he already said, he didn't have anything to add?
I believe so.
Okay, now you said that you talked to him at some time about these phone calls that you received information. Were those 2 phone calls you made from room 20 at the Gateway Motel? You said it was a short conversation. It seemed like he didn't really want to talk to you.
I'm not hearing you properly.
Okay. I think you were telling counsel here that you had talked to Roy about those 2 phone calls that came from the Gateway Motel.
Yeah.
And I think you said he didn't really want to talk to you about them. It was a short conversation. Is that what you said, or is that what happened? It was a short conversation?
Yeah, basically he said he had told us what he told us the first time around, and he didn't want to talk about it. And I think he said he wanted an attorney present.
Okay, all right. So you didn't really talk to him very much about
No.
the phone calls? All right. And then you also, now the information that, again, counsel showed you, and he didn't admit it into evidence, but he showed you to refresh your recollection, some of the items that you collected from the automobile.
Yeah.
Okay, and you probably don't recall all of them. I know you read the whole list, but let's see if we don't have to show you again. Let me ask you, for example, item 16. You read and told us it was a plastic baggie with glass samples, loose coins, and bottle caps. And then you went on to further actually give the denominations of the coins. You wrote those down specifically.
That was done after the fact, I explained.
After.
And I explained that the state police are hypersensitive about money being documented.
Okay.
To the point where it's almost ridiculous. If it would be 1 penny or a nickel,
All right,
and if it's an evidence, I better have it documented with a separate entry form showing interim receipt that if we would have destroyed that collection of evidence down the road, I have to take care of the loose change. Where does that go? Who does it go to? And that's why it's on there. That's why it's broken down to the number of pennies, number of quarters, and
now the list that you read, they all started out with plastic baggie containing. They weren't in the car in plastic baggies, were they? You put these things in the plastic.
what was in the car?
Huh?
I'm not hearing you, sir.
Okay, Detective Miller. When you read the list, you started out and you read item number 3, plastic baggie containing.
Yeah,
They weren't in plastic baggies in the automobile. You took something out of the automobile
no,
and put it in the plastic baggie.
most of those I use for as a collection envelope, so you can see what's in there. And then that's what I use plastic baggies.
And then
There wasn't a separate box of baggies in the car. They weren't found in baggies in the car. I had to transport those into the baggie for evidence purposes.
and then did you put a sticker or label on the plastic baggie?
Most likely back then, it was a specialized tape that was used it'd break if you tried to open it up independently. I don't recall exactly what type of seal I used on the baggies.
You don't know for sure?
I don't recall.
It wasn't just a Ziploc, or was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Item number 9, plastic baggie containing cigarette butts from the ashtray. Do you recall collecting those?
I recall collecting cigarette butts, but independently, outside of looking at my notes or my report, it's been too much time has gone by. I don't recall.
You don't know, was it, well, let's start with something maybe large and get to smaller. Was it in the front ashtray of the vehicle?
Pardon?
Were there cigarette butts that you collected? Were they in the ashtray in the front of the vehicle or in the back?
Well, I think if you go through that list, you'll see some were in front, some were in back, and one was behind the driver's seat. I believe they said in the door post or something.
The only thing I see is plastic baggie containing cigarette butts from ashtray. So,
I think it's further down on the list there. Maybe it's the next page or something. There's at least two separate entries that I picked up cigarette butts.
let's focus on number 9.
Well, that was number 9, was before me. I looked at.
That wasn't admitted, but I'll show you. That's just a list of what was contained and what council showed you. That's also from, maybe that'll help you remember.
Item number 9 is a plastic baggie containing cigarette butts from an ashtray. I don't say where the ashtray is from.
Correct. That's why I'm asking you. Do you know which ashtray those cigarette butts came from?
Independently, I cannot tell you.
Do you recall? Okay. Do you recall how many cigarette butts?
Without looking at any potential report generated since I collected these things, I can't tell you.
Okay. And then do you recall what types or brands of cigarette butts they might have been?
Again, unless there's something else down the road that somebody else is characterizing differently,
Okay.
they were just cigarette butts.
Filtered or unfiltered?
I can't tell you.
All right. Eventually, all this stuff, to your knowledge, was turned over for forensic examination at some time?
To answer that, one selection of items were seized for the crime lab technicians and mine were separate. Mine was after they did their items.
So,
I don't recall myself having cigarette butts that I see subject to further examination.
okay.
I don't remember that.
And
I know it's been done, but I don't remember doing it myself.
okay, that's my last question. And the lab technician, were they there before you or after you?
Before,
And that was Glenn Moore?
it was.
Okay, so Glenn Moore was the lab tech. He went over, sees things out of the car, then later you go over and take more evidence that you find or thought was significant?
I took those things. I felt potentially it could be significant and
But the point I'm trying to make is Glenn Moore was in the car before you?
that's correct.
Okay. And so he took things out to your knowledge?
According to the report, yes.
Yeah. You may not know specifically what, but Mr. Moore took some things out. How long after Mr. Moore was there were you there? Do you recall?
I don't recall independently how much time went by, but it'd be within a couple of days,
Okay.
several days at the most.
Okay. And these things that you, actually, I've got the date right here. It says October 19th, Glenn Moore was there from the crime lab. And then October 24th, you were there along with Trooper Grunlow. So, and then you went there and inspected it. So about 5 days later. Sound about right?
I believe possibly.
Okay, the last question I have for you, directing your attention back to August 10th of 1983. Do you recall the weather?
The weather
The weather,
on August,
10th of 1983.
light rain. I wrote it down in the report. I had it analyzed. That's the moisture.
Did you have occasion? I want to show you what's been marked as,
I had 2 days analyzed or recorded, I believe.
huh?
I think I had 2 different days where I had the weather reported.
Right. I'm going to show you what's Defendant's Exhibit 5. Did you contact or get information from the United States Weather Bureau about the weather on
I asked for that and the information they gave me.
August 10th and August 11th?
That's correct.
And what was the weather on August 10th?
August 10th, 0.46 inches of rain. They talked about the wind and whatnot. It was rainy that day.
Okay. Well, that helps you remember that it indeed was rainy that day.
According to that document.
Thanks, Detective. Hold on, please. I asked you a little bit before about Walter Sanders. You said you did talk to Walter Sanders about the
I believe I did.
investigation. And I think from your report, when you did talk to Walter Sanders, I recall, yeah, I think you asked him twice if he had killed Ricky Atwood. Do you recall his answer?
I'd have to review that. I believe I've got a report where I sat and talked to him. I independently don't remember what he said, and I have confirmed that I did in fact talk to him. I believe I have.
Okay.
But I'd have to go back in my report and find that narration, read it. Then I can answer your question.
But you believe that you did talk to Mr. Sanders about it?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
2 questions, Your Honor.
Sure.
Detective, when you previously testified when I was asking you questions the first time, you mentioned that that the defendant made a statement about J.B. Martin while he was reviewing your affidavit for your search warrant.
He was reading the affidavit and he stopped reading. He looked up at me, made a statement.
So that was, would you characterize that as a spontaneous statement?
I thought it was.
3rd question, Your Honor, I lied. It was, sorry, the 2.
It wasn't in response to anything I asked him.
Okay, so you didn't ask him a question?
No.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
Mr. Prysock, any other questions?
No, Judge. I have a tendency to hold on to these things when I shouldn't.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective Miller.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, I got a police report here.
Hang on
that
just
they
a
left
second,
out saying-
Mr. Snell, wait, Mr. Snell, you can't talk right now, you have to wait just a minute.
What they're saying they killed
Mr.
Rick Atwood and
Mr.
buried the body,
Snell.
even where the body carried
Mr.
is.
Snell, if you can't be
Police
quiet,
report.
you need to talk to your attorney first, and then we can address it. Thank you, sir. You may sit down. All right, just a minute. Mr. Snell. I'm going to take a brief recess. I'm going to go off the light. Come right up here, sir. Watch your step as you walk up. I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Move that chair up or back. It's kind of better if you can get close to the microphone. Thank you, sir. You may go ahead, Mr. President.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourselves to the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, please?
John Vanderwoody,
Mr. Vanderwoody, how old are you today?
75.
Take you back to 1983, if I may, and ask you how you earned a living back then.
I ran a service station in tow company.
I'm sorry?
Service station and tow company, car
Okay.
repair,
And can you tell us where that service station was located?
1169 East Line.
Okay, and that's down in Kent County, is that correct?
No,
And tell me the kind of work that you did there at the service station for folks.
auto repair, light truck, pump gas, towing.
Okay, and some tow trucks.
We did.
Okay, you know Mr. Matthew Zanto?
I do.
How do you know him?
Employed.
Was he an employee of yours back
Yes,
then?
Yes.
Okay, and just for background, I mean, the two of you, do you keep up to date? Do you visit each other, go to each other's homes, that kind of thing?
I see Matt from time to time, but not very often.
Okay, fair enough.
Judge, I hate to interrupt. Did you swear the witness in?
I did.
You don't believe that you did?
I did. I'm quite confident. Did I swear him in?
She sure did.
I'm not always confident, but I was.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. Four of us. All right. It's all right. I'd rather know for certain than.
Thank you. Apologize.
It's all right. I'd rather be certain than get all the way through.
And I'm sorry, Judge. I really,
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so you and Mr. Zanto see each other from time to time, I think is what your testimony was there? Okay, good. What did Mr. Zanto do for you when you owned this service station on the Beltline?
Mainly pump gas and drive tow truck.
Okay. Want to take you back to August of 1983. Ask if you remember getting a tow request for a vehicle that day for a Firebird Trans Am.
I do remember that.
Okay, you remember the name of the person calling and asking for the tow?
That I do not.
Okay. The location of the tow, do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, where was it at?
Is that the Gateway Motel?
Okay. If I can approach the witness, Judge.
May.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as proposed exhibit. This is 56A. We have a larger version of it here, marked 56, but I'm going to show this to you first, sir. Just ask you to take a look at that if you would.
Put my eyes on here. Okay.
Does that look like the location? Does that map? That's a map. Is that correct?
Yes.
A portion of Kent County.
Mhm.
And I think it captures the Beltline. Is that right?
It does.
I think it captures 28th Street running east and west. Is
It
that right?
does.
Okay. And the location of the map that indicates the location of your service station, is that on there?
It is.
Okay, is that accurately reflected?
Correct.
Okay, and also the location of the tow that we're talking about, do you remember where the request, I mean, where did you send Mr. Zanto somewhere to tow the vehicle?
To the Gateway Motel and
Okay.
then, to bring it back to our
Okay,
facility.
right. And what was the, in terms of this map here, it shows where the Gateway Motel is located as well. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, I'll move for admission of 56A and 56 also, if I may, Judge.
No objection.
Court would admit 56A and 56.
The Gateway isn't there anymore. Is that correct, Mr. Vanderwoody?
That's correct.
Okay, the vehicle that was requested to be towed, when Mr. Zanto came back, did he have a car on the tow truck?
Yes, he did.
Okay, continuing permission to approach, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you, it's already been marked as, it's been admitted rather as exhibit number 2.
Mhm.
Does that vehicle look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Does that look like the vehicle that Mr. Zanto, and can you pull up number 2, if it's possible, on the big screen for the jurors?
On there.
Yeah, or on TVs. Thank you. Does that look like the vehicle that came back with Mr. Zanto that day?
It is.
Okay, and can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, the outside of the vehicle, can you describe it for them?
Well, I remember the vehicle pretty good. It's a sports car type of a vehicle and somewhat, it wasn't real shiny and clean. It was kind of a dirty car.
Okay. Did you get a chance to look inside the motor vehicle at all?
I probably sat in it, but to be exact with that, I can't tell you.
Okay.
I remember the hood scoop being gone.
All right. Give me just a minute here if I could, Judge.
Mr. Prosecutor, it appeared for a minute the car was there and then.
So it's temperamental.
Very good. Can you tell us a little bit about any work that was done to the car, Mr. Vanderwoody?
Well, as I recall, the car didn't run when we got it. And we checked it out. Well, fuel and spark is the first thing you look at. And it was out of fuel.
Okay. Any gas in it?
We did.
Start up after that?
It did.
Okay. And any other issues with the car that you recall today?
There was no dipstick.
Okay. That prevent a vehicle from running?
No, well, not, but you don't want to, if you don't know how much oil it is, and that you don't want to run it for any length of time without finding that out.
Okay. Anybody come to collect the vehicle?
No.
How long did it stay at your property?
Well, I couldn't tell you how many days, but a month or so.
Okay. Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about how the vehicle left your property?
It sat there and the state police had found out it was there because we tried to, nobody was responding to the car. So we tried to get title on it so we could dispose of the car. And it turns out to be that the car was wanted for some type of an investigation or something.
Okay. Do you remember a state police detective by the name of Dick Miller coming down to your place?
I remember somebody coming down. I couldn't tell you if it was the name or anything.
Okay. And obviously he looked the car over. Is that right?
Pardon me?
He obviously looked the car over while he was there at the
He did.
property. Okay. And do you know how the vehicle left your property?
We towed it to the state police post.
They're in Rockford.
Rockford.
In Rockford, okay. One minute, if I may, Judge.
Yes.
In terms of the state police coming to your place there, you said, I mean, was that after you tried to get title to it?
That would be correct.
Okay,
That's how they found out the car was there.
right? Do you remember the date of the tow as you sit there today?
I don't remember the date of the tow. It
Okay, you remember the year of the tow?
was 83.
You remember if it was winter, spring, fall, summer?
Probably midsummer.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vannery. I'll yield the witness, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Thorndike or Ms. Smulders?
Hi there, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good, my name's Valerie Smulders, and I, as well as Ms. Thorndike here, we represent Roy Snell, okay? I am going to ask you some kind of follow-up questions to what council has asked you, okay?
Fine.
All right, so you indicated that you don't recall the specific date of the tow, is that correct?
No.
Okay, but midsummer,
Yeah, summer, August probably.
but you are certain about the year, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that you have on file or you would have at that
At
time?
that time we did.
Okay,
And at that time, we were questioned at that time as well.
okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the procedure? Can you kind of walk me through when you or somebody else working for your company goes to a site where somebody has indicated that a car needs to be towed and an owner is not there? Do you have a procedure for
Well, if I
that?
remember correctly, we don't like to take a vehicle when the owner is not there. But we tried to call and nobody would answer. And the keys were with the car, so who knows? Maybe went to the bathroom, went to get something to eat. We're not there in 30 seconds.
And do you know what number you tried to call?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Was it the number provided to you?
It was.
Okay. Was there any note or anything on the car or inside the car as to instructions?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you said the keys were in the car. Do you know if they were in the ignition?
Don't
or-
know.
You don't know. Okay. I know you indicated earlier that you said it was out of gas. How would you or an employee figure that out?
Well, you check it for spark. That would be one reason why it wouldn't run. And then back then the cars were carbureted, so you hit the throttle and no gas coming through, shoot a little ether in it or whatever, and it starts up, so it's out of gas. Or the fuel pump could be bad.
Okay, and I know this may seem like a silly question, but would one have to get into the driver's seat in order to start it to try to see if there's gas?
One would,
Okay, so
it'd be the easier way.
there's probably other ways, but that would be the most reasonable
Yes.
way to figure out if there's no gas, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the tow truck itself, does you or an employee drive it up the ramp on the tow truck or on the bed of the truck? Or explain to me how that car was
You'd winch it up. Remember, it didn't run,
correct.
so you'd winch it up.
Winch it up.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I know you said, somebody got gas, so I didn't know the order of when somebody got gas. Did somebody get gas while at the Gateway Hotel, or somebody got gas for the car at your
At the
shop?
facility.
Okay. So there was no driving at that point at the Gateway Hotel?
If it ran, we would not drive it on.
Okay.
That's procedure.
All right, so then the car comes to your shop, and into the service station, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what work was done on the car?
Made it run. Found out it didn't have gas in it. And if I remember right, it was missing a dipstick. So, procedure, we'd check oil first. Well, we couldn't, so you couldn't check the oil. Did it have any in it? We don't want to sit there running for 15 minutes without, so we started it and then we got a dipstick for it, which was missing, and checked the oil. And so we didn't ruin the engine in the car.
And do you recall who specifically performed that work?
I do not.
Okay. Did you?
I may have did some of the cranking and, I always had hands on with, I had mechanics. I was the owner, but I had mechanics, but I would always kind of oversee a little bit.
Okay. So is it fair to say you seen the car when it was in your shop with your own two eyes?
Positive.
Positive. Okay. All right. And you, as well as maybe some other employees, serviced the vehicle, correct?
Right.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many people had access to that car at your shop?
2 or 3 maybe.
Okay. How many employees do you recall you had at that time?
Oh, what? Well, we're open quite long, so we probably had maybe 8, 10 people,
Okay.
but they're not there all at the same time, are they?
Sure. But the car was stored there for a while, correct? So all 8 to 10 people could have had access during a course of days, weeks, or months, correct?
Good.
Okay. After the work was performed on the car, is it standard procedure for someone to do a test drive on the vehicle to make sure everything's fixed and there's nothing else that needs to be done?
Most often.
Okay. And do you know how long approximately those test drives are? And kind of to break it down, I mean, do you go around the block? Do you try to take it on the highway to do an accelerated speed?
No, we didn't get that involved into it, so we wouldn't really we probably didn't even test drive it.
Okay.
Because we're gonna get a hold of anybody to find out if you want us to do more or check anything else.
But to know if it was drivable or not, or in working order, there was some sort of test that had to be done, correct?
You drive it right in our parking lot as well. I'm
Okay.
not saying we didn't drive it.
Mm-hmm. You just don't recall?
Don't recall.
Okay. And so for other vehicles that are in your service station, sometimes you do a test drive, sometimes you just drive it to its parking spot.
Depending on the scope of the work.
Sure. Okay. Would it be reasonable to say that other workers may have sat in that driver's seat then of the vehicle?
It's possible.
Okay. And did you yourself see anything noteworthy about the vehicle, inside or outside the vehicle when you saw it?
Dirty.
Okay. Other than dirt, what else did you see?
The hood scoop was missing.
Okay,
Didn't have a dipstick.
sure.
A lot of gas.
And let me ask you a silly question, for me at least, maybe this is common knowledge, but that hood scoop, and you can see on the picture there, that's basically that hole in the hood of the car, correct?
Yes.
Can that car be drivable without that scoop being on it?
Good.
Okay, all right, so that doesn't make it not in working order, correct?
That's correct.
Did you see where the hood scoop was?
Wasn't existent.
You never saw
Wasn't
it?
there.
Okay.
There's an air cleaner on there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the hood closes. And they have a scoop on there because they were called at that time ram air.
Okay,
So you hit the gas and then it would open the valve and let more air rush in. But the hood scoop was not there.
Wasn't there?
No,
Did you go in the trunk of the vehicle at all at any point?
don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. All right, so other than those, I think you mentioned three things. Anything else noteworthy about the car itself?
That I can remember.
Let me ask you this. If there was blood on this vehicle, inside and outside of this vehicle, do you feel like that's something you would have recalled?
Depending on the volume,
Sure. But if there was visible blood and you saw it multiple places on the outside and inside of the vehicle, do you believe that's something that you would have remembered at the
well,
time?
when blood dries, it kind of has a different look to it. It's not red anymore.
How about fresh blood?
I didn't recall seeing any blood on the car,
Okay.
fresh or otherwise.
So if it was fresh blood and it was there on the car, inside the car, you believe you would have recalled that, correct?
If it was fresh, I would believe it'd be from one of us. I probably would notice.
That leads me to another question. Any of your employees ever get hurt on the job?
They do.
Okay. Cause bleeding at all? Any of these injuries?
Rare.
Rare, but it does happen.
Maybe a bump in the head.
Okay. But has it happened before where somebody got cut on the job?
Possible.
Okay. So then you said that you towed the car to the Rockford Post, correct?
Right.
All right. And was the drive from wherever it was stored to the tow truck basically it? Or was there a further drive than that with this vehicle?
You asked that before. I don't recall driving the car on the highway
No highway.
or on the road. You know, it was in the lot.
So you don't believe that
I
it even
didn't
went
have a
out?
real reason to drive it. Couldn't get a hold of anybody. What do you do?
But you wanted to title that car in your name, correct? Or the company's name?
I guess.
Okay. And you didn't take it for a test drive just to see?
Why would I do that?
Well, if you want the vehicle, I would drive a vehicle if I wanted to own it, but you didn't do that?
I did not. As far as I remember, I did not.
And the car was stored after all the work was done on it outside your shop, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me whereabouts?
1169 East Beltline, northeast.
And where in proximity to the shop was the car?
In the
Do you have a
parking
big, do you have a big parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a secured, or was it rather a secured area at the time?
I don't believe that it was. We did have a secured area later, but I can't tell you if it was then or not.
Okay. And do you know if the windows were up or the doors were unlocked when you secure it there, or when you store it there rather?
And they would have been.
Okay. Doors would have been unlocked?
We locked the cars
You locked it?
with the key.
Okay. So when it was stored, you're certain that it was locked during that time period?
Positive.
Okay. And do you recall if the sunroof was open at all?
Don't recall.
And so is your parking lot then, and I apologize if I asked this already, is it fenced in or is it just open?
Open.
It's open to the public. Okay.
We did have a fenced in area. Whether we had it at that time, I can't tell.
So you don't know if this car itself was in a fenced in area or not?
That I can't tell you.
Do you know anything about someone trying to sell that car while it was at your shop? Did you ever recall seeing a business card inside of that car by a dealership?
No.
Did you smoke around that time?
I did not.
Did you have any employees that you recall smoke?
I would probably say yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen employees smoke around the vehicles that they're working on, or was there
At
as there
that
is
time,
nowadays?
yes.
Yes, okay, so it's not a designated smoking area like nowadays, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible that they would be smoking while they're inside of the car, working on whatever?
Possible.
That's all I have.
Yeah, just a couple questions, Judge. Hey, Mr. Vanderwoody, did you have any, around the time that the vehicle was towed to your shop, did you have any employees that were bleeding heavily while they were working for you?
No,
Okay, none of them were bleeding from their right side, like into that vehicle and down the transmission hump and into the back seat, you know? Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but your focus was the engine and why it didn't run, is that correct?
correct,
Okay, you run the gas station, right?
own it,
And you've got some folks that work for you, right?
correct,
I think you said you were kind of hands-on, you'd also keep an eye on what was going on in the bays.
correct.
Okay, fair enough. Nothing else, thank you very much, Judge.
I have one more question.
Go ahead, Ms. Smulders.
Do you recall speaking with the police back in '83 about this vehicle?
I recall the police coming to the station and talking to them. Yes,
So you specifically spoke with them, correct?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall saying to the police at that time that the vehicle was test driven by an employee?
Do not recall that.
If I handed you this document to refresh your memory, do you believe that that could be useful for you to recollect?
I mean, I could fantasize anything. You want me to look at the paper? I'll be glad to.
Any pressure on it?
You may.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Somewhat. I don't really remember test driving the car. I usually test drove all the cars. I maybe possibly did.
Sure.
83?
I know it's a long time ago. I get it. But do you believe if that was a statement that you made to
It's
the
very
police at
possible. I don't doubt that.
Okay, just a minute. Yep, you have to talk one at a time because she's trying to record, so just wait for her to finish her
Sure.
question and then you can answer.
Right, I was just gonna ask, do you believe that if that was a statement that you made at that time, that was truthful at that time?
I do.
Oh, that's all I have.
Any reread it?
No, thank you very much, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
You may step down, sir. You're also, oh, I'm sorry, wait, I have one question by the juror. Would you pass that down and Miss Mary will give it to me? She's excused. Thank you, sir. Do you know, was the request for the tow made by Gateway Motel or someone claiming to be the owner?
Someone claimed, I did not take the call in. but it was the owner or somebody that had something to do with the car.
So I should clarify the question. So you believe the call was made by someone claiming to be the owner of the vehicle?
Correct.
Thank you. Did you get paid for the tow from the Gateway Motel?
Zero.
All right.
By the way, how do I collect?
Little did you know
2
that
toes.
that tow truck would cost. Any redirect, Mr. Rolston?
No, thank you very much, Judge.
Any recross, Ms. Walters? No. Any other questions from the jury? All right. You may be excused, sir. You are all set for today. You may leave or stay in the courtroom as you choose.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You too. Prosecution, want to call your next witness?
You have this. I can give you right now. Vander, capital WOUDE. Sorry. Capital WOUDE. Vander, yeah.
Sir, I'll have you come right up here next to me. Watch your step as you climb up. I'll swear you in before you. Will you raise your right hand then? Do you solemnly swear oath or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. You can sit as close as possible to the microphone. That'll make it a little bit easier. You may go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us your first and last name and spell each, please?
Matt, M-A-T-T, Zanto, Z-A-N-T-O.
Thank you, sir. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury how old you are today?
66.
Okay, and going back to August of 1983, can you tell us how you were employed?
Worked for East Beltline Standard.
Okay, and would that be for Mr. John Vanderwoody?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury the kind of things that you did for Mr. Vanderwoody?
Drove wrecker, worked on cars, pumped gas.
Okay, and you remember on or about August the 10th, 1983, an assignment to go tow a car for Mr. Vanderwoody from the Gateway Motel.
Yes,
Okay, and did you go down there with the tow truck?
I did.
Okay, what kind of vehicle were you looking for?
Firebird.
Okay, the picture that you see on the screen here, the vehicle on the 2 screens, and I'll hand you what's exhibit number 2 here. This photograph. Does that vehicle look familiar to you, sir?
It does.
Okay, and where was that vehicle the first time you saw it?
Parking lot of the hotel.
Of the Gateway?
Yes,
Okay, the Gateway is on 28th Street, right?
yes.
And in terms of what you intended to do that day, what were you trying to accomplish with that vehicle?
Going back for service.
Okay. When you got to the Gateway, what did you do? Did you try to find the owner?
Did.
Tell us about that.
Nobody came out, honked
Okay.
the horn.
Honk the horn of the
No
tow
one
truck.
came. Yes,
Okay, and nobody came out.
no,
Did you tow the vehicle?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember if there were keys with it?
There was.
Okay. Do you remember where the keys were? How
I
you
do
looked?
not remember where they.
Okay, but when you went back to East Beltline towing, you had keys to the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you ever see the owner while you're at the Gateway?
standing by.
Okay. When you got back to first of all, in terms of the tow, did you make any observations about the outside of the car when you were towing?
Dirty.
Okay, and can you describe for us a little bit, more detail, how dirty it was?
Like I've been driven through a field or down the road for a period of time.
Okay, and in terms of towing the vehicle, do you have to get inside the vehicle to do it when you tow a vehicle like that?
Don't have to.
did you that day, if you remember?
Don't remember.
And do you remember anything about the inside of the vehicle that sticks out in your mind today?
No,
Okay. You said you got it back to the station, right?
yes,
And tell me, if you will, do you remember if you did any work on it?
I did not.
Okay. Do you remember how that vehicle left the station? Mr. Vanderwoody's business there.
I believe it was towed to the state police.
Okay, did you have anything to do with that?
Not that I remember, I don't think so.
Okay, and you remember about how long after it was that you towed it to the station that the car went to the state police?
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Zanto, thank you very much. I'll yield, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smulders or Ms. Fortnight?
Hi there. My name is Valerie Smulders, and I represent the defendant here, Roy Snell, along with Ms. Corndike, okay? We have some follow-up questions for you. First of all, you indicated that you honked the horn when you got to the hotel. That's correct, because you didn't see anyone around.
Just seems right around.
Okay. What other steps did you take to try to find the owner or somebody responsible for this vehicle?
Looked around for somebody standing outside. I don't remember if I went inside the office or not. I don't think I did.
Okay,
Usually when somebody called for a record, it'd be there.
sure, sure. That's what I was gonna ask. You don't recall going into the office, asking around?
I don't.
You do not, okay. And then what did you do?
Hooked up to the car and left.
Okay. How did you know that the keys were inside the car?
It had to have been in the car if we were able to fix it.
Okay,
We
so-
went back for service.
So when did you realize that the keys were inside the car? At the hotel or back at the shop?
I'm just thinking of how do you start the car or go to fix it if you don't have keys?
Mhm. Do you recall when you knew that the keys were inside
I
the car?
don't.
You don't? Do you recall ever getting inside the car to see if it had gas or anything while at the hotel specifically?
Don't remember that.
Do you recall if the car did have gas at all?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Do you recall, if the doors were unlocked on the vehicle?
I don't recall that either.
That wouldn't have been something you would have checked?
Sometimes,
Okay, and you don't recall doing that?
No.
Do you recall if the windows were open or the sunroof was open on the vehicle?
I don't.
Do you recall ever test driving that car after service was performed on it?
I did not do that.
Do you know if anybody did that?
I don't know.
You don't know. Other than the, I think you said dirty exterior, anything else noteworthy about that vehicle?
Not to speak of.
Just dirt?
Yeah.
And you don't recall if you ever got inside the vehicle yourself?
I don't think I did. I don't.
Not at the hotel or at the shop, ever?
I can't recall that either.
Do you recall ever getting inside the trunk of the car?
No.
Have you ever got hurt on the job, meaning like a cut or anything that would cause you to bleed?
Yeah.
You have? Okay. Do you recall if that was around the time that the car was in the shop?
No.
When you hook up the car to the tow truck, How is that done? Is the car brought all the way onto the flatbed of the truck, or how is that done in this situation in particular?
I don't remember if I had a flatbed or a slim truck.
When you got to the vehicle at the hotel, you were in close proximity to it, correct?
You have to be.
Okay. Do you have to touch the car at all when you're hooking it up, or how does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, can you take me step by step through that?
You hook to the rear axle. So you can either pull it onto a flatbed or hook it up to the sling.
So that would be the back of the car. Did you notice anything on the trunk of the car that stood out to you? The outside trunk of the car?
Mm.
Do you believe if you had seen fresh blood on the trunk, the outside trunk of the car, you would have remembered that at the time?
If I would have seen it.
And do you believe because I know you don't recall if you were in the vehicle or not, but do you believe if you were in the vehicle and you did see fresh blood inside the vehicle, you would have remembered that?
Yeah.
Did you smoke cigarettes at the time?
Yes.
August 83?
Yes.
Do you recall, or would it be reasonable to believe that you smoked around the car when the car was in the shop?
It's possible.
Okay. And other employees at the shop also smoked during that time?
Yes.
Okay. And they would probably smoke around that car. There was no designated smoking area or anything like that,
Could have.
correct? They could have smoked around the car?
It's possible, yeah.
When you towed the car from the motel, did you go directly to the shop or did you have to make other stops along the way?
I would have went directly to the ship.
And were you the one that towed the vehicle from the shop to the Rockford Police Post?
I don't believe so. I don't remember that at all.
You remember it being towed there though, correct?
Not by me.
Okay. Do you know if the Rockford Police Post officers came and got the car?
I don't know if we towed it or somebody else did.
Do you remember the car being stored outside the shop after it was serviced?
Behind the building, yeah.
Behind the building, okay. Do you recall if it was in a gated area or not?
Yes.
It was,
That's where cars would be kept.
okay. Back in '83, there was a gated area during that time? And do you recall if others had access then to that vehicle?
If you work there.
If you worked there,
Mhm.
everybody would have access to it?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it, do you recall if the windows were open or the sunroof was open during times?
Don't remember that at all.
You don't remember? I'm just gonna confer with them.
Just a couple redirections.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Oh, sorry about that. It's okay. Do you know a gentleman named Jerry Houston at all?
Who?
Jerry Houston.
No,
No, that name does not ring a bell.
not at all.
Do you recall talking to the police about this vehicle back in '83?
Remember that they came in and talked.
You do recall
Yeah.
that? Okay. Do you recall stating to the police at that time that the keys were inside the vehicle while you were at the hotel is when you realized that?
I might have, I don't remember all the conversations.
If I were to give you a report back in '83 with your interview, would that refresh your memory possibly of what you stated to the police at that time?
Probably.
May I approach you?
You may.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
If that's what I said, that was a long time ago.
So if you said back to the police rather, back in '83, that the keys for the vehicle were inside the vehicle, that would have been a true statement back then by you?
Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Rolston?
No, thank you very much, Judge.
May this witness speak? Oh, wait, wait. Oh, a couple questions. Ms. Mayor. When you were working on vehicles at that facility, would you or other employees typically leave cigarette butts in a customer's vehicle?
No.
How often would you find that an owner was not present when you went to tow a vehicle, if at all? Had it happened before?
Oh, absolutely.
About how often do you think that would happen?
10, 20% of the time.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Judge.
Recross? May this witness be excused? Yes.
Yes, sir.
You may
Thank
step down, you're excused. You may stay in the courtroom or leave.
Sidebar. So.
Those comments I
Anna, could you let Wendy know that we're going to break her? Yep. All right, the court took a brief sidebar with the attorneys, and that the next witness is going to take some length of time. It's easier if we don't break during that testimony. So we're going to break for an early lunch now. I wanted to check and make sure your lunch is already here. So we will break for an early lunch. Counsel, when do you want to reconvene then? Probably the courthouse is locked. I know you have some family here, so at 1 o'clock. All right, so we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
God.
Mr. Goff, you can come right up here to this witness stand for me. Mr. Gunderson, I see there is one exhibit still sitting there on the witness stand. I don't know if we're going to end up wondering where that is. Thank you. Sir, will you raise your right hand? All right. Do you solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth, so help me God?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat. Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Detective Lieutenant Mark Goff,
And could you please spell your name?
MARKGOFF.
And are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
I work with the Michigan State Police at the Forensic Science Division.
What is your job there?
I'm the unit supervisor of the the question document unit, and I'm a forensic document examiner there also.
Do you have a rank?
A detective lieutenant.
And how long have you worked there?
I worked as a forensic scientist for approximately 13 years. I've been with the state police for about 23 years.
You said you worked with question documents. Do you have other duties as well?
Again, I'm the supervisor, and I also coordinate crime scene response for like the middle of the state.
How much of your time, if you were to talk about your duties generally, how much of your time has been dedicated to these question documents?
Almost all of it.
And can you also say what a question document is?
So a question document is any kind of document that's in dispute. It may not be paper, so it can be any message on a substrate. So it could be a signature on a piece of paper, it could be writing on a wall. Sometimes it can even be typewriting, or printing, or a charred item needs to be recovered. In essence, it's any kind of document or evidence that we examine in question.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Western Michigan University.
And have you had any specialized training to examine documents?
Yes, so I completed a 3-year full-time apprenticeship under the direct supervision of qualified examiners. I have attended numerous external trainings, including the FBI handwriting examination course.
And could you describe those trainings and what they entail?
So the training that I do, the training that I did with the Michigan State Police, it was a full-time job where I would come in and I would work with evidence every day under the qualified people that I work with. So I had the benefit of learning from their experience. In addition to, I'd write papers, I'd do research projects. I needed to attend external conferences. And then additionally, some of these external conferences, we would do examinations, or we would do comparisons, and then there would be examinations.
And you attended some specialized classes or courses relating specifically to documents?
Yes, it did.
And how many would you say?
It takes up about 3 pages, I believe, on my my CV. So it's I've been doing this for about 13 years. I try to get 3, 4, 5 trainings a year.
Are you certified or accredited in some way?
Yeah, so I am individually certified through the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. The individual certification means that I had to take a written test. I had to work some practice cases where the ground truth answer was known, and then I had to present those findings to a board of other qualified document examiners. And then as far as the accreditation, I work in an accredited laboratory. And what the accredited laboratory means is that the laboratory has agreed to work within a standard set of guidelines. And then the ANAB, which is the National Accreditation Board, every 4 years they come and they inspect the laboratory to ensure that we're doing all of our work within the standards. And then every year there's a monitoring visit to make sure that we're still complying even between those accreditation cycles.
Are you a member of any professional organizations related to your job?
Yes, sir.
And what are those?
So this is a long list also. I volunteer for lots of things. So I am on the board of directors for the American Society of Question Document Examiners, and that's just for question document examiners. I am I'm a member of the Organization of Scientific Area Committees Question Document Subcommittee, and what that is, it's a group of forensic scientists that get together to modernize, work on and write and modernize new document standards to be used nationally. And then those standards are actually sent to the ASB, which is the Academy Standards Board. And then at the Academy Standards Board, I am the vice chair of the question document section. There, what we do is we take the standards that were developed at OSAC and we put them out for public comment. So everyone has an opportunity to see what kind of work we're doing and then submit comments. I'm also a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, Midwestern Association of Forensic Sciences.
Have you ever, you mentioned before that you have written some papers or conducted studies.
Yes.
Can you describe what that means?
So I've done a couple different studies. My most recent one that I presented at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences was on a method to digitally develop indentations that you find in paper and then do a digital comparison of those.
Have you ever taught in this field before of document analysis?
Yes, I have. In addition, I do training with like state and local agencies. I do training with regulatory agencies. I just did a training recently with the Department of Human Services. And then in addition to that, I will also do trainings for forensic science organizations. I've given workshops at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, Midwestern Association of Forensic Sciences, and a couple years ago I presented for the Australasian Association of Forensic Document Examiners.
Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes, sir.
In what field specifically?
I've testified as a forensic document examiner, and I've also been qualified as an expert.
And how many times has that happened? About
13 times.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify Detective Lieutenant Goff as an expert in document analysis and handwriting.
Ms. Cornick,
No objection, Your Honor.
or would so qualify him?
Thank you. Sir, can you explain the basis of what handwriting analysis is?
Yes. So the handwriting examinations that we conduct are based upon the theory that no two people write alike, that everyone is an individual, and that this individuality is expressed in their handwriting under normal circumstances.
And what is it that makes some individuals' handwriting unique?
So there's multiple factors that go into this. So when you think about what goes into executing writing, so there is the physical makeup of the person. So that would be the size of their hands, their wrists, their fingers, their musculature, and then their coordination. And then there's the mental side of it, where it's how the person learned to write. So when they were in school, how they learned that the character should look, and then the individual characteristics that they put on it themselves, like how they decided that they wanted the writing to look, what looked good to them, what did not look good to them. So all of these factors combine to form writing characteristics. And some of these characteristics are more individualizing than others, and those are the things that we use to conduct the handwriting comparison.
So when you conduct one of those comparisons, what is it that you're looking for?
So what I'm looking for is, there's a lot of characteristics that we look at, and a lot of what you might think of as handwriting would be the gross characteristics. So is it neat? Is it messy? Are the words spaced wide? Is it big? Is it small? Does it slant to the right, left, or right? And then, how exactly are these characters made? And that would be the character formation. But then there's some fine detail that we look at, and some of those can be connecting strokes, I dots and T crossings, interletter spacing, proportions between like how big one letter is compared to another letter. It can be pen pressure variation. So as people write, there's very individualizing characteristics of when you push harder on the paper or let off the paper. Direction of stroke. So when you're writing, which way are you writing these lines? Those are all of the types of characteristics that we look at when we're examining.
Did you examine any handwriting samples for this case?
I did.
Okay, and you analyzed those? How long did you spend with those samples?
Approximately 2 weeks.
2 weeks straight?
No, not straight. It was, I started working on it December 22nd. So there's the holidays, and then I finished working on it January.
Can you give an estimate of the number of hours you
I'm
would
sorry,
have?
can we get a year?
Oh, this was 2020 to 2021.
Thank you.
Can you give an estimate of the number of hours you spent with the samples on this?
I don't recall what I wrote down. I can look at my notes if you would like me to refresh my recollection on this.
If that would refresh your recollection, yes, please.
Okay.
Just let me know when your recollection has been refreshed.
Yes, sir.
And after looking at your notes, you remember how many hours about you spent?
Yes, I spent about 24 hours over the course of that 2 weeks working on just this case.
Okay, thank you. And you also prepared some slides explaining your analysis in this case?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Approaching you, handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 57 and 58. If you could just please take a look at those. Do you recognize what I gave you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and how do you recognize those?
They bear the case number of that was worked on, and then they actually bear the initials of one of my former coworkers who retired.
And those are two of the things that you looked at in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, just for the record, what I've handed and marked as 57 and 58 has been previously admitted under one number as 54. Those are the original documents. What was previously admitted were copies. Okay.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
And is this one of the slides that you prepared for today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that depict what you have just been handed?
Yes, sir. This is a scan of these documents.
I should also, Your Honor, I move to admit 57 and 58.
Court would admit, any objection?
No objection.
Court would admit 57, 58.
So can you talk about these documents and what you were initially looking at and why?
So these documents, these are actually United States Secret Service handwriting exemplar form. And then these were actually in wide circulation, especially back in the 80s and 90s, and we actually still get these sometimes. And what this is a standardized handwriting sample form. Sometimes they call it a warm-up form. And what you do is when you are going to take handwriting samples from someone, you provide them this document, and if you look at it, it gives some information right here, things that you would normally write down. This is their own name, their own address, etc. And then just a sampling of what your uppercase writing might look like. These are a combination of names, and what this does is this actually, these when you get this writing of these different names, it gives the examiner the opportunity to have all the letters in the alphabet and see these letters in combination. And then there's a couple of samples at the bottom here when it has the person write out a sentence. And then what that does is that helps you get an example of what the writer's inner word spacing is compared to their inner letter spacing. So this was provided to me, and one of the first things I would do would do an examination, or excuse me, analyze this document to see, if it was naturally written.
What do you mean by naturally written?
So when you think about handwriting and natural writing, Natural writing is the expression of a learned motor pattern. So it's a repetitive motion that you make many times over many years. And natural writing will have the appearance of fluidity. So the lines will be smooth. There'll be a variation in pen pressure. So as the pen is moving along the writing line, sometimes it'll be thicker, sometimes it'll be lighter. A lot of times at the beginning of the writing line and the end of the writing line, there'll be a tapered beginning or ending stroke. There's some writing characteristics such as like rhythm or cadence, and that says, do the letters kind of flow together? And those are all of the things that we look at to say, is this natural writing? Is this how the person normally writes? And then you can see there's some sections in here that have that kind of smooth, natural writing. And then when I examined it, there were some other examples here. I think I have a slide later on where I go into a little more in depth, where I discuss like some of the appearance of some of the writing characteristics I see as far as pen pressure and angularity and block trim.
And did you have the opportunity to compare these samples to any other samples?
I did.
And is that reflected in this next slide?
Correct. So this is one sampling of some of the writing that I was given. There's a cursive writing sample here, a cursive writing sample here, and manuscript printing here. The documents themselves were not dated. However, there was a typewritten like postcard stapled to it that said that they were provided in 1985. And so I examined these, and again, we talked about what natural handwriting would look like, and these exhibited those examples of that natural handwriting. See nice smooth curves in this eye, and the rhythm where the handwriting continues to move smoothly across the page.
And these are also from the defendant who filled out the previous two forms.
That was the information that was provided to me, that these were written by the same person that wrote the other ones. I did do a comparison between the two documents to see if there were some, part of our examination of known documents are all of these documents from the same person? And so I made some observations as to some of the writing characteristics that were similar between this and the previous document.
And what were your observations?
So some of those observations were, and it's difficult to see in this document, but the writer has a couple different habits. One of them is to use, we call it an epsilon E, but it's an E that looks kind of like a 3. And so in this writing here, there's that epsilon E form, and then in the previous document that we showed, there's also that epsilon E form. So you can see kind of right there, but then it also shows up. Let's see, summer right here in the middle there, it's that epsilon E form. You also look, there's an uppercase R in the lowercase position. So some of the usage of, and we can't put a lot of stock in that, but some of the usage of letter forms was consistent between both sets of numbering.
So here is, am I correct? And these are close-ups of what you were examining?
That's correct.
Okay. And what were you looking for here?
So in addition to the previous two documents that I showed you that were extended text writing, so that was cursive writing and manuscript printing, there's a little bit of cursive writing here from a document dated 1984. And then these are 16 signatures spanning approximately 37 years. So again, when I'm looking at this handwriting, I'm looking for naturalness. So does it look like it was smoothly written? And so you can see there's a lot of smooth lines. You can see, like right in here in this L, there's a variation of pen pressure where it's lighter on this side and darker on that side. You can see this tapered ending right here, which means that the pen was moving fast. So over the course of all of these signatures, these appear to be naturally written. They bear those characteristics I'm looking for. The other thing, I look at all of these known writing samples to see, are they consistent across the time? So because it spans 34 or 37 years, I do expect to see some variation. So I think as an example, this is the first signature right here. I believe this was from 1983. And this is the last signature right here from, I believe, 2000. And so there's still some writing characteristics that progress through this that you can see. This manuscript printed S for the uppercase with this connecting stroke. you can still see that there's that uppercase S within the construct.
So you would say it's typical for someone's writing to change a little bit over time.
Yes, so people's handwriting will change over time, but it typically will not change drastically. It's more of a progression than a complete change to a different writing style.
Am I correct in saying that these are close-ups of those handwriting exemplars from the Secret Service form?
That's correct.
All right, and you have some things highlighted on this slide, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you explain what you highlighted and why?
So again, when I was doing my evaluation of these documents, and again, this isn't the entire document, this is just a representative of some of the things that I looked at. So I explained what natural writing is. So there's some things that we fall into that is distorted writing.
What do you mean by distorted?
So distorted writing is non-natural writing, and there's different types of distorted writing. You can have distorted writing if you try to write, in a horse and carriage, or if you're, drunk beyond belief, or, there are characteristics associated with intentional distortion also. And that's what this notification, that's what this is for, is to show that some of the things that I looked at to determine naturalness weren't necessarily here, and there was characteristics associated with a disguised writing sample.
Is that what you were highlighting?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain your highlights in the different colors?
I will. So in this instance right here, the first section right here, internal consistency. And so as people write, you would expect that their writing continually looks the same, similar every time they write, right? So if you write your a T with a high cross-stroke all the time, and then all of a sudden there's a T with a cross-stroke in the middle, like that's not how you would normally write it. That's outside of your range of variation. So this internal consistency, you would think that if in natural handwriting, the letters, as an example, these two A's, they look very similar from execution to execution. That would be a natural variation. However, if you have an I form that looks like this and an I form that looks like that, or an R form that's angular and this R form that's more of a cursive R form, that's a lack of internal consistency. This document was written, the two documents were written in one document, one character was written one way, and the next document, it was written a different way. And you can see that among other ones, the D here, the squared form and the triangular form, the X here that's got straight cross strokes and the curved ends here. So it's just this lack of consistency. Again, another thing that we look for in non-natural writing is angularity.
What does that mean?
So angularity is in a characteristic, a writing character that should have rounded edges, it will have squared or peaked edges. So an example of that would be this P. This is what you would expect to see from natural writing on a P. It's got rounded edges, it's got tapered beginning and ending strokes, and then you see this angularity here, where it forms this triangle. And you can see, if you look at other examples, you can see like this B here, where it's angular here. You can pick a lot of them to see sections that should be round and are more angular in appearance.
What is block writing?
So block writing is typically what you will see. A lot of times you see these in Hollywood movies when people make threats, and all of the writing is made in a square form, kind of like a LED clock, where something that's a circle is a rectangle. Like the letter 9 would be like a small rectangle on the top with a line and a line. And so block writing is something that's squared. So this is kind of an example of block writing where in this letter D, it's got that squared appearance instead of the round appearance. However, a really good example is this Q. So this Q, when you write a Q, it's a circle with a line, and this is a square with a line. So this is actually what you would normally consider to look like a Q. This would be a block written Q.
Your next characteristic, you have slowly written. How would you tell if something was slowly written just from seeing it on a piece of paper?
So again, that's part of our 2 to 3 years of training. I spent a lot of time under the microscope looking at handwriting. When handwriting is written fast, when the pen travels across the paper quickly, it leaves smooth line quality, okay? There can be voids in the ink, or it can be a uniform ink deposit. And then, again, like I said before, with the tapered beginning and ending strokes, what that means is that that pen is moving quickly. With slow writing, that's more of an active drawing. And so what you'll see with slow writing is heavy pen pressure. So you'll see dark, thick lines. Let's see a good example. Pretty much any one of these letters here where it's a heavy, dark line. You can see this tremor on the side of the P. A tremor is when the line wavers. Again, smoothly executed writing will have a straight, smooth line. So this combination of heavy pen pressure, blunt beginning and ending strokes, see that's a blunt end there, and that tremor in the line, that's indicative of slow writing or drawing.
Now, if the court had received testimony before of these two writing exemplar sheets taking 2 hours, what, if anything, would that tell you?
So if there was testimony that it took 2 hours, it could be a lot of things. I would guess that it was written slowly, but without being able to examine the person's known writing, I wouldn't know if that's how they normally write or if that's just how they executed the examples.
Your next characteristic is capital letters with flourishes. What is that?
And so capital letters with flourishes, and that's just a writer, when attempting to distort handwriting, will write a letter and then just put some extra lines on it to make it look a little fancier. An example is this X. In this example, the writer shows that they can write what you would consider to be a normal X, and then there's these curly Q's on the end, and those are just additional flourishes. A lot of these characters have these additional flourishes added. In the G, there's this on the chin. It's actually called chin. On the chin of this G, there's that extra stroke that was added.
So in looking at all of those things, did those give you an impression that this is, as you called it, natural writing?
No.
So this would be, what did you call it, distorted?
So this would be this is distorted writing, and the type of distortion bears characteristics of intentional disguise.
Sorry, momentary technical difficulty. All right. All right, and in this, you are comparing signatures again for angularity.
Correct. And this is where it's an example of, we discussed angularity. So this one shows we have some angularity, we have some block writing again, we've got some slow writing. Again, this is more of some angularity. This L has got an angular appearance. This S, instead of having the rounded arcade features that you would expect, it's got angular features. And so these are, again, distorted characteristics that are characteristics of disguise that need to be compared to the natural writing to see if is this how this person normally writes, or is this writing style and affectation.
And when you say disguise, can you put that in layman's terms?
So the definition of disguise would be it's just the consequences of intending to write in a manner that's not identifiable as your writing.
Okay, and so here you're making additional comparisons. What are you looking for differently here?
And actually, can I go back one slide? I wasn't, sorry. And in this section, remember I said that there's characteristics associated, it is distorted, and there's characteristics associated with disguise. In order to render an opinion of disguise, it needs to be compared to their normal writing. And that's what I have here are, again, 16 samples over 37 years of known writing. This known writing is from before and after these signatures, and nowhere in these signatures are those characteristics of block writing, slow writing, angularity, etc. Are those represented to the extent that they're represented in this writing exemplar?
So the two on the left are from the
These two on the left.
Those are from those exemplar sheets, and the ones on the right are the historical signatures.
That's correct. These were the signatures that were submitted to me for comparison.
And here you're comparing something else?
That's correct. So I showed you the uppercase letters and then the signature. And this is also just to show on those handwriting exemplar forms, there was a section that has a series of words to be written. This has the appearance of a combination of a little bit of cursive writing in the G's here, but then it also has, and there's also these cursive B's and cursive F's, but it also has more of an appearance of just a connected manuscript printing form. So if you look at the way this E kind of connects here, and let's see. Yeah, these B's, it's more of just a connected manuscript printing form. So again, when I do my examination, when I do my evaluation of that writing exemplar form, I'm looking for naturalness. And so I see all of this angularity and I see all of these block printed letters and the slow writing. And so that means it's distorted writing. However, I need to compare it to the person's natural writing to make a determination of if it has characteristics of disguise. And so you can see these samples. This is what was submitted for examination to me as cursive. They're natural cursive writing, natural manuscript printed writing. And you can see these known writing samples here don't have that same slow writing, heavy pen pressure, angularity, block printing, all of those characteristics of disguise that I previously discussed.
So those top two from the exemplar sheet, what is the purpose of having him write the same sentence twice?
So one of the couple slides ago, we talked about internal consistency or consistency. So when someone writes, you would expect them to write the same letters and same words in a similar fashion from document to document or execution to execution. So in this instance, these two pages, as they were written, should look similar if they were written by the same person around the same time. However, they do deviate a little. Like it was written this way on the first page, and then the second page is written a little differently. So that's kind of an inconsistency in the exemplar. And again, that inconsistency is probably one of the top one or two characteristics that we would look for intentional disguise writing.
All right. So in summation, how would you characterize what you saw on those exemplars?
So I rendered an opinion on these exemplars that the handwriting exhibited in the exemplars were not the normal natural writing. They were disguised writing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Pontiac?
Thank you, Your Honor. How you doing, Mr. Daw?
Hi.
My name is Stephanie Korndike, and I represent the defendant, Roy Snell. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
I don't know much about handwriting analysis, so some of these questions might seem a little elementary, but bear with me. Is handwriting analysis an exact science?
So handwriting, so we actually, can I change the term on that? So we call it handwriting comparisons or handwriting examination because we don't do analysis for personality traits, etc.
Okay. So is your, what you do with the handwriting, is that an exact science?
No, ma'am, it is not an exact science.
Could a writing implement or a writing surface affect how somebody may write?
Yes.
And can you give me some examples of that?
So some examples of it, if I was to sign a piece of paper that was sitting on top of, if we called it a textured surface like a countertop, or if you were to set a piece of paper on top of a football and sign on it, it's going to give you kind of that stippled appearance of what's underneath it.
Okay. And I think that you might have answered this, but can writing characteristics change over time?
They can.
When you're looking at two different samples from an individual, does the difference between cursive writing and print writing make a difference in the analysis?
Yeah, and so if we're gonna compare handwriting, it has to be the same kind of handwriting. So I have to compare cursive writing to cursive writing, and I have to compare manuscript printing to manuscript printing.
Thank you. If you know, I don't know if you do, but when somebody is writing one of those exemplars, do you know if they're given a time limit to complete those exemplars?
I don't know.
Okay. Could writing change if a subject is under some sort of pressure?
So there's actually been research that has been done on that to show that there is not an appreciable difference in the writing of someone who's, under pressure to being either stressful or being forced to write.
When you're looking at an exemplar and then a known handwriting sample, how does your determination change if you know that one of the samples is a disguised sample?
I'm sorry, can you
Yes.
elaborate a little bit?
Yeah. So if you know one of the samples is a disguised sample, can you actually compare that to a known writing sample?
So there are limitations to that examination. So a disguised writing sample, I think I alluded to a little bit before, when your person is attempting to disguise their handwriting, they have to discard all of their handwriting habits, right? And then they have to try to affect handwriting habits that are not theirs. So earlier in my testimony, when I talked about some of the habits that I noticed between the uppercase usage in the known samples and with the exemplar and the provided known samples. So I did notice these, however, a full comparison would not be able to be made to say, were those exemplars authored by the person that wrote the natural writing, because the disguised writing really is not suitable for a good examination.
Okay, thank you. You talked a lot about the flow of writing. Can you really determine the flow of writing when in that exemplar, it's just one singular letter written at a time?
So on that exemplar, there were some of the ones that I showed you as an example were one letter written at a time. But then there were also, if you guys remember the first slide, there were a series of words that have letters in combination. And so even in that one letter, if you're to write the letter G, there is some natural flow of writing that you would consider, and that would be the smooth execution of that movement and not a slow, tremulous execution.
Thank you. When someone is asked to write several documents in a row, the same document, would you expect there to be small changes between those documents?
Yes.
And what small changes would you expect to see?
So the small changes that I'd expect to see, we call that variation. So as human beings, we're not machines, so we're not going to make a writing character the same way every single time. So as we write over time, over the years, we will establish a range. So as I write, there might be an upper limit to how big it is and a lower limit to how small it is. There may be a left limit to how far it will slant one way and a right limit to how far it will slant the other way. And over time, your writing will all kind of fall into that box. If you have writing so say this box that I'm sitting in, all of my writing that I've ever done in my life will fit in this box, and I've got a piece that's outside the box, that doesn't fit within the variation. So I would assume, I would expect that variation to be limited to what is evident in the person's collected note writing.
Thank you. And then can external factors such as the tiredness of a writer or the speed of a writer, can that affect your characterization or their writing sample?
So again, with the, there can be external factors that will affect it. I think we discussed writing surface, and then there was some discussion of, maybe drugs or alcohol. And what that will do is typically affect the control of the writing, but it may not affect it won't affect the way that it's written. If you always cross your T stroke left to right, just because you're tired or drunk or under the effects of drugs, you're not going to start writing it right to left to right or right to left the opposite way, because that's not how you write.
I'm going to confer with counsel. Okay. If you were given a time limit to complete one piece of writing, but not a time limit to complete a second piece of writing, but they were the same exact writing, could that affect handwriting throughout the pieces?
I don't know that there's been any research done on that, but my understanding of how people write is people have a speed and a cadence that they normally write in, and I would expect the two to be performed within a similar time frame. As an example, there is some research in digital signatures, and one of the things that we look at for a very identifiable feature is the speed of execution for digital signatures, and you can actually take a group of digital signatures and they will all fall within a very limited time window of execution. So you won't have one outlier that's significantly longer or significantly shorter.
Okay, thank you. Did you look at any other documents for this case?
I only looked at the documents that were provided.
Okay. Do you recall if you were provided a hotel check-in card to make an analysis?
I was not.
Okay, thank you. Confer one more time. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Gunderson?
Just one, Your Honor. Did you see any indications that these handwriting exemplars were affected by the surface on which they were written?
I did not. If it was the surface, I would expect to see the pattern of the surface in the writing. However, I didn't make any notes for or against that.
Thank you. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Ms. Thorndike, anything else?
No.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Oh, you may go.
Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
And squeeze right behind you, but sure. Try not to go up too.
Can you tell from the sample if someone is right-handed or left-handed?
I cannot. There's been some research done on that, and it is, you can't tell a person's handedness from them.
So can you tell from the samples that you were given if the person that wrote it was right-handed or left-handed?
I cannot.
Okay. Anything else?
There you are.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, you are.
Yes, Your Honor.
Great.
You may come, or you may stay in the courtroom or leave. It's your choice. Prosecution, next witness.
Our next witness is Bruce DeCracker. He is on Zoom.
Okay. Is he in the Zoom waiting room, Ms. Ann?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and bring him in.
Get this right.
Go ahead and let him in. Ann.
He should be there. His video's off and he's muted.
Makes it interesting. I don't have my signs here that I usually hold up.
He should be able to hear you.
Yeah, still.
You can hear me? All right. Sir, I've let you into the Zoom room. Your video is off and you are muted. If you could unmute yourself and turn on your video. Did you say this is Mr. DeCracker?
Correct.
Mr. DeCracker, if you can hear me, we cannot hear you. You are muted. There should be a microphone button on the bottom of your screen. If you wake up your screen with your mouse or touch the screen, should have a microphone appear. You can unmute yourself.
You can also call him in case he.
Friends with that or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
Would you like me to have him call? Couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Be right back.
I'll do it.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. DeCracker, if you can hear us, we cannot see you or hear you. How long has he been in the Zoom room? Wow.
About one.
Oh, so maybe he just stepped out. Mr. DeCracker, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. I need you to unmute yourself and turn on your video. Someone's going to try to call you and explain to you how to do that if you can hear me. There we go. Some assistance, thank you. Can you hear me now? Are they unmuted?
He's
Still muted. So you're still muted, so you need to unmute the microphone. If you wake up the screen with your mouse or there on the bottom, there should be a little microphone button.
Okay.
There, you got it.
Okay,
You did it. All right, sir, are you Bruce DeCracker?
yes, I am.
Thank you, sir. You've been subpoenaed, I assume, to testify today. Are you prepared to testify?
I am.
Thank you, sir. Will you raise your right hand for me?
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. DeCracker, is there anyone else in the room with you when you're testifying today?
My wife is here, but she's not in the room.
Okay. Nope, that's fine. Just ask that she not help you testify, not help you answer any questions. If you don't know the answer, you don't know the answer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You may go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Your Honor, is the camera going to shift or should I move locations?
Yeah, all right.
The camera will not shift because of the jury situation.
I see.
There you go.
All right.
Eventually you'll come into focus.
All right, thank you. Is it okay if I stay?
Yeah, take that.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name again for the record?
Bruce Anthony DeCracker.
Could you spell that?
BRUCE Anthony ANTHONY DeCracker. DEKRAKER.
Thank you. And where are you testifying from today?
I'm at my home today,
Okay, and where is your home located?
Tampa, Florida.
What state? Sorry.
Tampa, Florida.
Okay. And is that where you reside permanently?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
Right. And what is your self-employment in?
I'm a forensic document examiner. I have the business of Green and DeCracker. We work out of Tampa, Florida.
And how long have you been doing that, sir?
I think for about the last 8 years.
What did you do before that?
I worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a document examiner. And prior to that, I worked for the Michigan State Police as a document examiner.
And for how long did you work with the Florida Department as a document examiner?
10 years.
And how long did you work for the Michigan State Police as a document examiner?
20 years.
Was that 20?
I believe it was 20. I started in 74. And I left in 93. What's that? No, 11 years.
Okay. And did you pursue any education to start that work as a document examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science degree from Michigan State University in criminal justice.
And did you have any training or other education as part of your employment as a document examiner with the Michigan State Police first?
Yes, in 1974, I was assigned to the laboratory in East Lansing, Michigan, the question document section. And I took up a program involving an apprenticeship in this work. My senior officer for that work was Lieutenant Leonard Spakeen. And we followed the guidelines of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, involving a 2-year apprenticeship and 1 year of work in the field.
And have you, since you left the Michigan State Police and moved to Florida, have you had any additional training since that time?
Yes, I have. But while I was working for the Michigan State Police, I was trained at the FBI Academy. And when I went to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I was in did a 100-case examination and a oral hearing at which I passed. And during that time, I attended the Secret Service School in Brunswick, Georgia.
Are you certified or accredited in some way?
I'm certified by the Michigan State Police in the state of Florida.
And are you a member of any professional organizations, or have you been in the past?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you ever taught or trained others in the field of document analysis?
Only in service training schools with Michigan State Police.
How many, over the course of your career, how many times have you been called upon to examine question documents, would you say?
To examine them or to testify to them?
Let's start with examine first.
Well, it would be in the
Ballpark.
thousands. It'd be in the thousands. I don't know exactly.
And have you ever testified as to your examination of documents?
Yes, I've testified in excess of 600 times in the state of Michigan, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, and
were
California.
you ever I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
California.
And were you qualified as an expert in an examination of question documents in any of those cases?
Yes, I was.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert?
All 600 times.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to qualify Mr. DeCracker as an expert in question document examination.
Ms. Corndine?
No objection.
Court would so qualify him.
Thank you. Sir, where were you working in 1983?
In 1983, I was assigned to the Michigan State Police Grand Rapids Crime Laboratory.
And at that time, you were working was part of your duties handwriting examination at that time?
Right, I was a question document examiner at that lab.
And at some point, were you called upon to examine documents relating to a Roy Snell?
Yes,
And did you author 2 reports regarding handwriting from Roy Snell?
I did.
Do you have copies of those with you today?
I do.
All right. I would ask you to look at and see if you have one with a date received 12/16/83.
That's correct. I have that.
Okay, that's what the people have marked as Exhibit 59.
Okay.
And do you have a second with the date received of 3/1/85?
That's correct.
And that's for the court, what people have marked as Exhibit 60.
Thank you.
Sir, are those your reports?
Yes, they are.
And you signed those reports?
I did.
I would move to admit what's been marked as People's 59 and 60.
No objection.
Court would admit People's 59 and 60.
If you could start, sir, with the one with the received date of 12/16/83, which is People's 59. What is this report concerning?
It's concerning the examination of a signature on a registration card and the known writing of a person.
Okay. This was a registration card from a hotel, if you recall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what were you comparing it to, if anything?
That time, according to my report, I have that I had a fingerprint card and a jail inmate record.
Okay. And did you have an opinion as to whether that registration card and that inmate record were related at all?
That with regard to the jail inmate record and the fingerprint card.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Did you ask me if I had between the fingerprint card and the jail record?
I'm sorry, the registration card and
okay. Yeah.
You have 2 things listed, correct? The question writing, registration card, and a known writing. Is that right?
Right. That's correct.
Okay. And did you determine whether there might be a relationship between that registration card and your known writings?
I determined there was indications that the registration card could have been written by Roy Snell. However, there was not enough detail to form a conclusive opinion.
So they could have been related, but you needed more samples at that time.
I needed more samples, yes.
Okay. At some point, did you get additional samples?
I did.
Right. And if you could turn to what's been marked as People's 60, your report with date received 3/1/85. What is that report concerning?
That is the same report. It's a supplemental report. And Detective Miller submitted it with additional known writing.
Okay. And
Mr. Snell.
what additional known writing did you receive for this report?
I got a Ramada Inn registration card, jail inmate forms, jail inventory sheets, fingerprint cards, 2 fingerprint cards, 2 sheets of requested writing.
So if you could turn to the results part of that report, just the first paragraph here, did you reach an opinion as to whether that question writing, the registration card, was related to the additional samples that you received?
Yes, it was still my opinion that it could have been written by Mr. Snell. However, I still need additional known writing for a conclusive opinion.
And that hotel registration card, you were comparing everything to a signature of what individual? Did it have a name associated with that?
On that card,
If you could just consult that first paragraph in your results.
fingerprint card was for was in the name of Mike Roberts.
And you said you also got 2 sheets of requested writing. What does that refer to?
Well, when I had the first case, I talked to Detective Miller and determined I needed more additional writing, preferably from Mr. Snell, duplicating the signature of Mike Rogers, because I had nothing to compare literally to that name. So I asked for him to go and secure some known writing of Mr. Snell, repeating the name Mike Roberts.
And so that's what you received?
No, that's not what I received.
Okay. What did you receive instead?
I received 2 warm-up sheets. Generally, when we take handwriting samples, we have give a person warm-up sheets to get an idea of their style, their writing, and that type of thing before we have them go into the writing of the question writing.
Sir, we have admitted already into evidence warm-up sheets. Do you happen to have those warm-up sheets with you today?
I do. Okay.
And let's see, do they have a case number at the bottom?
Yes, 32, what? 3238683.
Okay, and that's at the bottom of both sheets, correct?
That's correct.
And then are they signed by a witnessed by towards the bottom also?
Yes, Richard Miller.
And did he date that?
2/28/85.
Okay. Those are what people have previously marked as 54, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And did you reach any conclusions about those warm-up sheets, as you call them, that were given to you?
Yes, I did.
And what was your conclusion in 1983?
In 1983, I examined this and I determined it was an attempt by this gentleman to disguise his writing.
What does disguise writing mean?
It means you take your writing. Are you still hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. It's an attempt to make it so that if you use the writing for a comparison, it cannot be associated with the person's writing. And it usually involves making a different style of writing, making capital letters, various things you can do to disguise the writing.
Now, fair to say that you have more experience today than you did in 1983, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, looking at those writing samples today, those 2 exemplars, would you stick by that conclusion?
I would, and I would say that in my career of 48 years, I've seen disguised writing similar to this in some instances, but this is one of the more clear-cut cases for me as far as disguise.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you restate what you just said? One of the what cases?
More clear-cut cases of
Clear cut. Thank you. You broke up a little. Clear cut cases. Thank you. Miss, did you say her?
Yes.
Miss Thorndike?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment, Mr. DeCracker.
Sure.
Mr. DeCracker, can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay, my name is Stephanie Korndike, and I represent the defendant in this case, Roy Snell.
Okay.
I'm just gonna ask you a couple brief questions, okay?
Okay.
You just stated that this case was the most clear-cut example of disguised writing that you have seen in your career. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would it make a difference in your opinion if the writer of the document was a minor at the time of that writing?
I don't think it made a difference at all.
Okay. And then, just out of curiosity, does it normally take 3 different times to analyze handwriting to come up with a conclusion?
It can take more than 3 times. What's required to come to a conclusion is you have to have a proper amount of known writing to examine against the question writing. And until you get enough of that known writing, you cannot draw a conclusion.
Okay. Can you say with absolute certainty that the registration card that you examined was actually written by Roy Snell?
No.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. DeCracker, for appearing today. You can exit the Zoom room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prosecutor, next witness.
I do, got a couple.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. You're gonna come right up here for me. Mr. Olson, I see again, there's a couple of exhibits there on the witness stand. If you wouldn't mind grabbing
Sure.
those from the previous witness. Could you stand so I can swear you in? Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. If you sit close to the microphone, that'll make it a little bit easier. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury your name, please?
My name is Walter Sanders Jr.
And can you spell your first name for us?
Walter. My last name is Sanders with a JR on the end.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, how old are you today?
I am 59.
And I want to take it back in time, if I could, to 1983. Can you tell us where you were living back then?
I was living with my mom.
In what city?
And White Cloud.
Okay. And did you know somebody by the name of Richard Atwood or Ricky Atwood?
Yes, I did.
How did you know him?
I went to school with him.
Okay, and we like high school and
Yeah, I was in the 9th grade. He was maybe in the 11th. Okay.
okay. Did you know somebody by the name of Roy Snell?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how did you know him?
They moved to White Cloud, and I've seen him in passing.
Okay, you say they moved to White
His
Cloud.
family,
Okay, and about how old were you when you remember his family coming or him coming to White Cloud?
first time I remember was I was like 20 years old.
Okay, let me ask you this. You see Mr. Snell in the courtroom this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us where he's seated and what he's wearing, please?
He has, he's sitting over there. He has on a yellow cover and I don't know if I'm shirt that was turquoise or aqua.
Thank you. And judge of the record could reflect that Mr. Sanders has identified Mr. Snell.
The record will reflect.
Thank you. Tell me how you knew Ricky Atwood.
I knew him from when I went to school with him, and as I grew got older, I seen him in passing in White Cloud, and I used to do. I did rake his yard a couple times.
In what? You raked his yard a couple times?
Yes, I raked his yard for him a couple times.
Okay, and where would that have been?
I'm not for sure. I know he stayed in the trailer park in White Cloud. Stayed in the trailer in White Cloud, but I don't remember.
Do you remember if he had a girlfriend back then?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember her name?
Debbie Kane.
Okay. And do you keep up with Miss Kane today at all?
No, not at all.
Okay. And I mean, do you live in Nuevo County any longer?
No.
Okay. So in 1983, how old would you have been?
20.
20? Okay. And how long had you known Ricky Atwood as of 1983?
Let's see. I don't know, maybe 7 years.
Okay. Okay. Now, am I correct that you just testified that you went to school together?
Yes.
Go to high school together?
Yes.
You remember if you went to middle school together?
No.
You don't remember, or you did not go to middle
We did
school?
not go to middle school together.
Okay, fair enough. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, back in 1983, I mean, how did you know Ricky?
How did I know him? I went to school with him, and then when I became a teenager, I knew him from not being in town.
Okay,
I've seen him around the town when I used to come to town.
okay. Just speaking honestly, did you ever buy marijuana from Ricky Atwood?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and was he somebody that if you were living in White Cloud back in 1983, if you knew him, you might be able to go to him and buy marijuana?
That's possible.
Okay, how many times do you think you bought marijuana from Ricky?
I don't know.
Okay, was it more than once?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe. It was a few times.
Okay. If you know, would Ricky sell marijuana to somebody that he didn't know?
No.
Okay, I gotta ask you a question. I mean, are you saying no, he wouldn't, or no, you don't know?
No, he wouldn't.
Okay.
If he didn't know, he wouldn't socialize with you.
Okay. How about, were you familiar with any type of vehicle that Ricky Atwood drove?
Yes, he drove a brown Trans Am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2 there. Can you bring that up if you get a chance, please? Does that look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
Does that
Yes, it
look,
does.
I'm sorry, does that look like Ricky's car?
Yes, it does.
Okay. How did Ricky keep his car?
He kept it very clean.
Okay, and was he proud of it? I mean,
Yes.
okay, and how many, had you ever had the opportunity to ride in that car?
Maybe once or twice.
Okay, and in the few times that you were in it, can you tell us the inside of it? How did he keep the car?
It was very clean.
Okay, was there any damage inside the vehicle that 1 or 2 or 3 times you were in it?
No,
Did it have a radio, if you know?
yes, it did.
Okay, and if you know, had Ricky done some work to it, to fix it up? I mean, like, either anything that he had done to it, like rims or that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it had nice rims and a really nice motor.
Okay. Okay, I want to direct your attention now to August the 10th of 1983. Do you remember if you were in White Cloud on that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay, about what time of the day were you in White Cloud? Morning, afternoon, or evening?
Probably around noonish.
Okay, and is this a day, Mr. Sanders, that sticks out in your mind for some reason?
Yeah, because I was at that particular time, I was on my way to the mill pond, just walking.
Okay, is this a day that you remember?
Yes,
Okay, why is it this is the day you remember?
because it was the day that I got into the car with Rick Atwood.
Okay, did you ever see Ricky Atwood after this day?
No,
Okay. You said you were at the mill pond, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and the mill pond is here kind of southeast of town a little bit, is that
Yes.
right? And place in the summertime, kids can go swimming, right?
yes,
There's a beach area down there, is that correct?
yeah.
Okay, and how were you getting around this day
I was walking.
before you saw Ricky?
I was walking.
Okay. And did you have a plan to meet up with Ricky Atwood that day?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when did you see him?
Yes, he was sitting at the. He was sitting in front of the bathroom. There's a little spot where you can park, and then there's a brown building that sits right here, and he was parked in between there and his car.
Talking about the park down by the mill pond?
Yes,
Okay. And was he in the Trans Am that we see in the picture?
yes, he was.
Was anybody else with him?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. Now, did you have any words or speak with Mr. Atwood at that point?
I walked down and knocked on the window, and he told me to get in, and then we started talking.
Did you ask him any questions?
Yeah, I asked him if I could buy a little weed.
Okay, and what was his
He
answer?
said yes.
Okay, how much marijuana were you looking to buy that day, Mr. Sanders?
About $10.
Okay. Now, you said you had known Ricky Atwood since going to school with him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he obviously knew you. Is that a yes?
Yes, that is.
This lady right here has to take down everything we say. No,
Yes.
not a problem at all. So, okay. Did you get in the car?
Yes, I did.
And anybody else in the car with you besides you and Mr. Atwood at that point?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. What did you and Mr. Atwood proceed to do then?
We rolled up a joint, and then we took off and rode around and smoked.
Okay. Driving around smoking the marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sanders, you said you were 20 years of age at this point, right?
Yes,
Was this the first day in your life you'd ever used marijuana before?
no,
Okay. Did the marijuana, make it hard for you to see?
no,
Did the marijuana in any way interfere with your ability to hear things?
no,
Okay. Did the marijuana make it impossible for you to remember this day, the last day that you saw Richard Atwood?
no, it did not.
Okay. Now, the two of you are driving around and you smoked some marijuana, you said, right?
Yes,
Okay. Did anybody else ever join you in the car with Mr. Atwood?
while we were riding around, no, but somewhere
Along the way, we ended up picking up Roy Snell.
Okay. And when did Mr. Snell get in the car?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And whereabouts in the car did Mr. Snell go? In the front seat or the back seat?
He sat in the back seat.
And by the way, did Mr. Atwood ever offer to let you drive his Trans Am?
No,
Okay, did you ever see anybody else driving that Trans Am besides Mr. Atwood during your lifetime?
no,
Okay. You know, Deb Kane, you mentioned, is his girlfriend, right?
yes,
Did you ever see Deb Kane driving a car around town?
not that I recall.
Okay. And do you remember where you picked up Mr. Snell from?
No, I do not.
Okay. Once he gets into the car, which seat did you tell us he got in, please?
He got in the back seat.
Okay. And the day, this is summertime, obviously, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember anything about the weather that day?
it was really nice out.
Okay. And this is at the time that you and Mr. Atwood and Mr. Snell are together. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. About how long are you and Mr. Atwood together before you pick up Mr. Snell?
I'm not for sure, Your Honor. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not for sure, sir.
Okay, I mean, was it still daylight out?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I mean, are we talking about a matter of hours or a matter of minutes?
Matter of hours.
I mean, so like, I mean, you said this is around, you said noonish or so that you saw Mr. Atwood. I mean, about how long is it before you see Mr. Snell?
I'm really not for sure. I know we had rolled around. I don't want to say how long it was because I'm not really for sure, but it was still light out. So it was around probably midday.
Okay, okay. When you pick up Mr. Snell, what happens?
He gets in and he buys some weed from Rick. And then a little while, a few minutes later, Rick gets out. He has to go use the phone. And then Mr. Snell asked me, put out a gun and asked him, did I want to rob him? And I told him no.
Okay.
And a few minutes later, Mr. Atwood comes back and gets in the car.
Okay, let's take that one step at a time there. You said you and Mr. Snell and Mr. Atwood are in Mr. Atwood's car together.
Yes.
You said the car stopped somewhere, is that right?
He stopped in front of the grocery store that was on the corner so he could use the phone.
Okay, the payphone?
Yes, the payphone.
Okay. What corner are you talking about?
On the corner of Wilcox and 37, on M37.
Okay, Wilcox and M37 over here, just
Yes,
east.
Wilcox is the main street.
Right.
And then if you get to the end and you turn to the right, you're on M37. And the phone booths are right across the street.
Okay.
They were at the time.
Mr. Atwood got out. Did you actually see him using the payphone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you and Mr. Snell are in the car together alone. Is that right?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And you said you saw a gun.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury who had the gun?
Mr. Snell had the gun.
And how is it that you're able to see this gun? Where is it?
Because he was sitting in the back seat and he pulled it out.
Okay, he had it in his hand.
Yes, he had it on his person and then he pulled it out.
Okay. Can you describe what the gun looked like to you?
It was a handgun.
Okay. And what color was it?
It was black.
Okay. And when he had this gun in his hand, Mr. Snell did?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say to you?
He asked me did I want to help him rob, did I want to rob Rick? And I told him no.
Okay. Did you say anything in response to him besides the word no?
I told him that no, I didn't want to do it because he was my friend, and if anything happens to Rick, then I would accuse him.
Okay. And anything else you remember being spoken between you and Mr. Snell at that point?
No,
Does Mr. Atwood get back in the car?
yes, he does.
Okay. When Mr. Atwood gets back in the car, is there any discussion about what he's going to do with the balance of the day?
He said he had to take care of some business and he had to drop me off.
Okay. Do you remember where you were dropped off at?
At the time, I thought I was dropped off at the doctor's office, but I'm not sure. I know it was in the vicinity between the doctor's office and the game room, somewhere in that area.
You talk about the game room, you mean the arcade?
Yes, yeah, okay.
Okay. Where is, when they drop you off there, that's right here in White Cloud, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and when you're dropped off there, do you see Mr. Atwood's Trans Am drive away?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is Mr. Snell in the car?
Yes, he still is.
And is obviously Mr. Atwood is driving.
Yes, he is.
Do you see what road they go to?
They go down Wilcox and turn to the right on M37. And that was the last time I seen the car.
Is that the last time you saw Ricky?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me back out a little bit, Mr. Sanders. You're crossing paths with Mr. Atwood down at the mill pond. Was that a meeting that you had set up, that you'd planned to meet him? I mean,
No, it is. No, it's not.
okay, and was it a chance meeting?
Yes, it was.
Okay, was Ricky Atwood, somebody, and did you spend time in White Cloud as, 20-year-old back then?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, and would Ricky Atwood, would you see him in town from time to time?
Yes, I would.
Okay. In terms of Mr. Snell joining you, was that planned in any way that you could tell?
No, it wasn't. Not to my knowledge, it wasn't.
Okay. You were interviewed by the police, by Dick Miller in this case, back in 1983. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you tell Dick Miller everything you just told us today about this?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you hold back information from Dick Miller?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury why you did that?
Because at the time I was 20 years old and I really didn't want to have anything to do with it. And I did not want to be accused of having anything to do with Rick's disappearance.
Okay. Do you remember meeting Detective Scott Rios from the Michigan State Police in 2004?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and did you tell Detective Rios in 2004 about the gun that you testified to today that you said that you saw Mr. Snell had in Mr. Atwood's car?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're a little bit older at that point in time, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and later on in 2016, 1 minute if I may, Judge. Yeah, in 2016, you met with Detective Rios again, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and were you kind of reluctant to talk to him in 2016 about this?
No.
Okay. When you also testified under oath at an investigative subpoena, do you remember doing that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and when you testified under oath there, on March 1st, 2019, was that the first time you'd been put under oath regarding this matter?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and did you take that oath seriously?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you testify about the things that you told us today in terms of being picked up by Ricky Atwood on the 10th of August of 1983?
Yes, I did.
And did you testify about smoking marijuana with him?
Yes, I did.
And did you testify about Roy Snell joining your party there? Or not your party, but your group, if you will, you and Mr. Atwood in the car?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you testify under oath there also that while Mr. Atwood got out of the car, that Mr. Snell asked if you wanted to rob him?
Yes, I did.
And did you also testify under oath about Mr. Snell having a gun when he asked you if you wanted to help him rob Ricky Atwood?
Yes, I did.
Okay, when you were driving around with Mr. Atwood, did there come a time that you, the two of you, or you and Mr. Snell and Mr. Atwood were up by the high school?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and what happened up there? Is this before Mr. Atwood made the phone call or after?
Before.
Okay, and tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what happened up at the high school.
Well, we were going down Wilcox, and we pulled into the parking lot, and we stopped and talked to someone in the red truck. I assumed that it was Dave Gabriel who we were talking to.
Okay, when you say you assume, I mean, do you know who Dave Gabriel is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I mean, what's your memory today of who you spoke with at the high school while you were there?
I thought it was Dave Gabriel, but I'm really not sure. That's who I thought it was.
Okay. You mentioned the flowing wells too, I think, right? Did you testify about that?
I believe so.
Do you know where that's at?
Yes, I do.
Okay, where's that from the high school?
Approximately quarter of an hour, maybe.
Okay.
Half a mile.
Towards town or away from town?
Away from town.
Okay, as you're kind of going, as you're going out towards the shack?
Yes, actually going out towards the cemetery area.
Right, okay. And you go past the cemetery to
Yes, you go past the cemetery, around the curve, and then to the left.
Okay. And did you go there at all with Mr. Atwood that day?
I don't recall going there, sir.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, do you know a man by the name of Nolan Gant?
No.
Okay. When after seeing Ricky and Mr. Snell turn right on M37, and that'd be going towards Grand Rapids?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Atwood again?
No.
Okay. And was there some, around town, did it become known that he was missing?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and how long after seeing that car go down M37 to the south was it before you heard he was missing?
It was a week.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Snell after he saw Ricky's car go south on M37?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you ever talk to him about what happened to Ricky?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that conversation, please?
When we talked, I told him I thought he had something to do with Rick's disappearance because he was the last person with him.
Okay, and how'd that conversation go?
Well, we got into some words and I can't remember if we had a little scuffle, but I think we had a little scuffle, but I'm not for sure, but we had words.
Okay. One minute, if I may, Judge.
Yes.
Mr. Sanders, thank you very much for your testimony. I'll yield, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Thorndike or Ms. Smulders?
Your Honor, is it possible if we get a little break? I know it's around that hour anyways. If we can do it a little bit later.
Sure, we will take our afternoon break. Cross, Ms. Smulders?
Hi, Walter.
Well,
How are you?
fine, thank you.
Good. My name is Valerie Smulders, and I represent Mr. Snell here, along with Ms. Thorndike here. So we're the defense counsel, okay? I'm gonna ask you to bear with me, first of all, and the jury to bear with me, because you've been interviewed several times, correct, by the police and detectives on this matter?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you recall how many times that has been?
No, I do not.
Okay. So I know at least 4 or 5 times I'm gonna kind of interchange in between and looking at reports and requesting if you can recall your memory. So that's why I say bear with me when I try to find these certain reports. But I'm gonna start off with the first report I have here was back in 1983. Do you recall talking to the police during that time period?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall telling the police at that time period that when you last saw Ricky Atwood, he dropped you off at the dentist's office because you had a tooth problem?
Yes,
Just a minute, Mr. Sanders, I'm just gonna remind you, so she's recording. It's a bad habit, we all have it. Wait until she's done with her question before you answer,
Oh.
kind of give it a pause,
All
okay? So then she can record properly. Thank you, sir.
And I'm not told to, so I might do the same, but you do recall that, correct?
yes, I do.
Okay. And do you remember being told at some point thereafter that some research was done and that dentist office never had anything on record of you being there that day?
I believe so. Yes,
Okay. And do you recall changing that drop-off location at a later point in time?
yes, as I stated earlier, I believe, I thought I got dropped off at the doctor's office, but, wasn't, so I thought it might have been the gang room, but I got dropped off in that area somewhere. I thought it was the doctor's office, the
Okay.
dentist's office, but
So then, do you recall being in this courthouse and providing testimony in Nuevo County back in 2020?
yes,
Okay. And do you recall at that point testifying that you were dropped off at the game room when Ricky Atwood dropped you off?
yes,
Okay. And do you recall being interviewed back in 2004 by detectives?
yes,
Okay. And do you recall telling the detectives at that time that you were dropped off at the dentist's office?
yes, I did.
Okay. And when you said doctor's office earlier, you
I mean
meant
dentist.
dentist,
Yeah,
correct?
dentist.
Okay. All right. And then again, back to, do you recall being interviewed in 2016?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then at that point, do you recall saying you were dropped off at the game room?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So fast forward to today, where were you dropped off at?
I believe I was dropped off in that vicinity.
So you don't know.
I don't remember. I thought it was the dentist's office, but it was in that area.
So why did you initially say the dentist and then say the
Because
game
that's what
room?
I thought it was.
Wait.
Oh, I'm
what did you-
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Master.
So why did you initially say the dentist and then the game room and then back to the dentist and so forth?
Because I truly believe that I thought it was the dentist's office.
And do you recall ever telling a detective that that your sister had given you $10 because you had a toothache?
Yes, it was either, I believe it was either $10 or $6 that I was short on to get my tooth pulled.
But do you recall telling the detective that your sister gave you $10?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And earlier in your testimony, you said that you wanted to buy $10 worth of weed from Ricky Atwood, correct?
This is two different times.
What do you mean 2 different times?
Because I bought the weed at the mill pond.
So same day, 2 different times in the same day?
2 different times, excuse me?
Well, I'm just asking you, you said this was 2 different times,
This is the same day.
same
2
day.
different incidents, but it's the same day.
So are you saying that you had $10 to buy weed and you had $10 to fix your tooth?
I had money for both.
All right, let me bring you back to 1983 in your initial interview with the police. Isn't it true that you never told the police at that time that Mr. Snell had a gun on him, showed you the gun, and said, "Let's rob Ricky"?
Yes, that's true.
Then let's go back to 2004. Do you recall telling the police for the first time that Mr. Snell had a gun, but that you were only 85 to 90% sure he had a gun?
I believe so.
Okay. And then let's fast forward to 2016. Let me find it here. Do you recall meeting with Detective Rios in 2016?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall stating that you didn't remember if Mr. Snell showed you the gun or pulled the gun out on you?
That's 2 different incidents.
What do you mean?
He pulled a gun on me at the high school a while back. That's the incident you're talking about. But the incident when we were in the car, he pulled out a gun and asked me, did I wanted to rob Rick Atwood? And I told him no. He, time before that, we got it, and we were at the high school. We had an altercation for something, and he pulled a gun out on me. And then my brother walked up and intervened. That's 2 different separate incidents.
So at that time, you don't remember if he pulled a gun out at you or showed you the gun? Even if you're saying it's 2 separate incidences, that's fine, but you don't remember what occurred?
I remember both times. The first time we were at the high school when he pulled a gun on me because we had an altercation. We had some words and he pulled a gun on me. That was the first time. The second time is when we were, when Rick Atwood was at the phone booth making a phone call and he pulled out a gun and asked me, did I want to rob Rick Atwood? And I told him no.
Okay. Then moving forward, do you recall in 2016 that you actually didn't remember if Mr. Snell asked you if you wanted to rob Ricky, and it was only after reading your statement from 2004 that you remembered?
No,
Okay. I approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Smulders, if you could do the see what you're showing.
Sorry. That's on page 18.
Okay.
Okay, mid-page, basically. Referring to the height of the page there.
Can you read that to yourself, please?
Don't read it out loud, just read it to yourself.
Did that refresh your? Did that refresh your memory of
yes,
what
it did.
happened?
Mr. Snell never got out of the car. Mr. Atwood got out of the car to use the phone.
That's not what I'm asking though. What I
What are you
asked,
asking?
wait. What I asked is, do you remember back in 2016 that you didn't recall Mr. Snell saying, do you want to rob Ricky? You only remembered after reading a 2004 statement of yours.
No, that's not true.
So this statement that was transcribed in 2016, and I'll read it, Sanders, it says, I remember this too, but I assume it meant I remember this too. And then parentheses, reading his 2004 statement, yep, he got out of the vehicle and he asked me, do you want to rob him?
I remember saying that, yes, that Mr. Snell never got out of the car.
All right, back in 2016, do you remember saying to, I believe it was Detective Rios, that you had heard a rumor that Mr. Snell shot Ricky in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where you heard this rumor?
No, I do not.
And kind of silly question, but to shoot somebody in the back of the head, somebody would have to be behind that person, most likely, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember in 2016 saying a statement that Mr. Snell actually confessed to you about the shooting?
No, I do not.
Okay, I'm going to read something here and see if you remember this. I almost vaguely remember.
Ms. Smulders, can you have a page?
Sorry. Yep, page 5.
And this is from 2016.
2016. Yep.
Page 5.
Page 5, top of page 5.
Thank you. And also, Judge, if I can, so that the jury can have some context. This is a recorded interview with Mr. Sanders by Detective Rios.
The last part was, it was a recorded interview by Detective Rios.
With Mr.
Sanders. And it has now been transcribed.
Correct.
And that is what Ms. Smulders is referring to.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You had stated, I almost vaguely remember. See, you know what, if I had, I don't know, I'm not for sure, but I could have sworn that me and Roy Snell was talking about this and he told me he did it. But I can't 100% sure. Do you recall stating that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you recall then the prelim in 2020 where you were asked if you ever recall telling any officers that Roy told you he killed Ricky?
And I'm sorry, Ms. Smulders, I don't mean to interrupt. Page in line, please.
Page 129, line, I'm not certain.
Thank you.
All right, so do you recall you were asked, have you ever told the officers that Roy had killed Ricky and you had said no, then in 2020?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, so if this was transcribed, well, strike that. You recall being at the preliminary examination in 2020, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you testified at that preliminary examination, correct?
yes,
And you were asked, do you recall ever telling any of the officers that Roy Snell told you that he killed Ricky Atwood? And your answer was no, I do not.
yes.
Okay,
That's my
is that
answer.
an accurate statement of what was stated in 2020 at the prelim?
Yes,
Okay. I guess, so what I'm trying to wrap my head around is that in 2016, you say you think he had told you this, but you're not 100% sure. And then in 2020, you say, no, Mr. Snell didn't tell you this. And I don't know about you, but if somebody told me that they killed somebody, I would be 1,000% sure, wouldn't you?
yes.
Okay, so why are you saying you're not 100% sure?
I don't recall saying that at all.
Today you testified that the color of the gun was black, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall, and hopefully I get it right this time, 2016 transcript, page 16? You ever recall saying you thought maybe it was a blue or dark blue color?
yes.
So what color was it?
I believe it to be a dark colored gun. I assumed it was black.
But at one point you assumed it was blue.
Okay, I assumed it my first position was, I thought it was a dark colored gun. I said it was black, and that's what I think it was.
So today you're saying it's black.
I'm saying it's a dark colored gun. Yes, it was black. Yes, it was black.
All right, so today you testified that you didn't really know Mr. Snell and you had seen him in passing. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall back in 2016, page 15 transcript, stating that you didn't like Roy?
yes,
Okay. And then do you recall in 2020 at the prelim, page 116, that you didn't really know anything about him and you didn't have a reason to like him or dislike him, essentially?
yes.
Okay. So why did you say, what was that, 4 years prior that you didn't like him and then 4 years later,
Because at the
you were
time of the
indifferent?
passing, when I did see him, I felt that he was kind of arrogant and uppity and thought he was better than most people. Because his family had a little money.
So then,
Now, do I hate him? No,
you don't like him?
no, I don't.
How many times have you guys hung out?
Never. Except
But once.
Except that one time, yes.
Okay. And did he know that you didn't like him at the time?
I don't know.
So you never went over to his house?
His
Correct?
house, no, I don't even recall where he stayed.
Okay. Never hung out with him, had dinner with him,
I don't.
went to the game room with him?
No,
Okay. So then another thing that I'm trying to wrap my head around is, why do you think Mr. Snell felt so comfortable with you that he devised this plan and wanted to include you in the plan to rob Ricky?
I have no idea.
A little strange if it's just a stranger, right?
I do not have any idea why he said that.
When you guys, meaning you and Mr. Snell and Ricky, were in Ricky's vehicle, where were you seated in the car?
I was sitting in the front seat.
Okay. And you maintained that in 2004, correct?
Yes,
And in 2016, again, when you were interviewed by the police, you said front seat, correct?
yes,
Okay. And even at that preliminary exam, you stated you were in the front seat and Roy was in the back seat, correct?
yes.
Do you think it would be strange if other people witnessed you in the back seat and Roy in the front seat?
I have no idea.
All right. One thing I found was weird is in your 2016 interview on page 3, which was kind of right toward the beginning of the interview, you stated you're not going to find them. I'm sorry, strike that. You're not going to find a body. Might as well stop looking. You're not going to find it. That was before even being asked about the body. Why were you so adamant that no one was going to find this body?
That was my opinion.
Why were you so certain that he was dead? Meaning Ricky.
Because he had been missing for a very long period of time.
Do you generally give an opinion with such certainty?
Why didn't you give a I don't know. This particular incident was my opinion that I felt that they were not going to find the body because of how long it has been. That's why I said what I said.
All right. Going again back to the 2016 transcript on page 7. You stated that Ricky had picked you up at a grocery store. Do you recall stating that to the detective at the time?
Pick me up at a grocery store? No.
Okay. When Detective Rios asked you, do you remember where he picked you up? You said, around the corner. Let me see, Wilcox, turn to the right. What the heck was that store back then? And then it was inaudible. Right there on the corner, there was a grocery store right there on the corner?
No.
You didn't state that?
No, I did not. He picked me. I went to the mill pond. We got in the car with him at the mill pond. He never picked me up at the grocery store.
Detective Rios consecutively then says in town, and you say in town. And he asks, okay, yeah, I know which store. I know which store you're talking about. And then you say, pick me up right there, because I just got up. I flagged him down because if I'm not mistaken, I was on telephone, flagged him down and got in his car, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
You didn't say that?
No, I don't recall saying that.
So this is just all
That's
inaccurate.
not where I got picked up at.
Okay, so this transcription is inaccurate.
I don't have no idea. That's not what I said. That's not where I got picked up at.
Well, I know in 2020, at the preliminary examination, you did say it was the mill pond. And today, you said it was the mill pond.
Yes.
But previous to that, you said it was a grocery store.
No, I don't believe so.
I know you testified that you guys rode around, you and Ricky, in this car and smoked some marijuana. Did you smoke cigarettes at that time?
Yes, but I didn't smoke any cigarettes in his car because if I'm not mistaken, he didn't let anybody smoke in his car. I'm not for sure. I didn't smoke. I smoked cigarettes, but I never smoked in his car.
Back in 2016 on page 29, Do you recall essentially saying that Ricky was a big time dope dealer? And that's why he needed a car like that, a fast car to get away?
Yes,
Were you aware of reasons why he had to get away so fast?
was I aware why he had to get away?
Like particular instances?
No. He had a car.
Yeah, but you specifically said he was a big time dope dealer. He needed a fast car to get away.
I don't recall saying he needed a fast car to get away, but I know the car was nice and fast.
Do you recall any altercations that Ricky had with other people around town?
No,
Anybody outside of town like Grand Rapids?
no.
I know earlier today, you testified that that day back on August 10th, 1983, it was a nice day, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And back in 1983, when you were interviewed by the detective at that time, do you recall saying it was a nice and sunny day on October 10th, 1983?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, I think it was like a deposition or something back in 2019. You recall doing that?
Yes.
March 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Page 14 of that deposition. Sorry.
It's an investigation.
I'm sorry, investigative subpoena.
Give us a moment, I'm sorry. What page?
Actually, I'm going to go to page 12 first.
Thank you.
Line 10. You said, I know it was just summertime. It was nice outside. It was summer.
Yes, I do.
You recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
And then page 14, line 17, you stated it was nice, really sunny. You recall stating that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you aware that on August 10th, 1983, it rained nearly a half an inch that day?
That's what the last person that I interviewed me said. The last person, I don't remember who it was, but yes, that's what he said.
Okay. Are we sure we're talking about the same day here?
Yes,
How are you so sure?
because the day that I'm talking about, when I was down at the mill pond with him, it was nice. It was a very nice day. It was not raining at all.
Well, I understand that. So isn't there a chance that that day that you're recalling?
I have no idea.
Wait, better finish your question.
Is there a chance that this day that you're recalling when you're driving around with Mr. Snell and with Ricky and yourself, it was a nice day, but not August 10th of 1983? Is that possible?
Anything's possible.
On page 110 in the prelim. So then again, back in 2020, do you actually remember saying that you did not remember what month this incident even was, where you're riding around with Mr. Snell and Ricky? Recall stating that on the record?
No, I do not. It's possible.
Okay. When you were questioned, the question of if it was raining on August 10th, and is it fair to say that you don't remember because it could have been a different day? Your answer was, no, I don't remember what day it was, and I don't even remember what month it was. All I remember, it was a really nice and sunny outside.
Yes, that's my statement.
Okay. So just to button it up, the day that you're talking about, that we've talked about this whole time, it's possible actually wasn't August 10th, 1983.
Yes, that's possible.
The last day that Ricky went missing. Last day that Ricky was seen.
Well, the last day, I don't know what particular month it was that he was gone, but I know it was in the summertime.
Okay.
And I know when the last time I seen it.
So the day that you're talking about today was the last day you had seen him,
Yes.
correct? But it's possible that that day wasn't actually August 10th, 1983, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. Then how come earlier today, when council had asked you, you said for certain it was August 10th, 1983? And you remembered clear as day. All right, page 113 of the prelim. You recall in 2020 at the prelim, you stated that you had seen Dave Gabrion at the high school that day that we're talking about when you were with Mr.
Yes, I
Snell?
did state that, and I also stated that I thought that's who it was that we stopped and talked to.
I understand today you said something to the effect that you assumed it was him.
I thought it
And
was
you-
Dave
Just a
Gabriel.
minute.
I'm sorry.
That's all right, let her
I'm sorry.
finish.
That you assumed it was him and you thought it was him. But never before today have you ever used those assumed it was him or thought it was him. Every single time you were interviewed, you said it was Dave Gabrion. Why
And
is
that's
that?
exactly who I thought it was.
Okay. Did you happen to see the YouTube recording of the preliminary examination afterwards?
No, I don't mess with you.
So you didn't hear other people's testimony at any point about maybe who was at that high school?
No, I did not.
So I'm still kind of a little confused. Who did you see at the high school?
I said, in my statement, and I'm gonna say it again, I thought it was Dave Gabriel.
But you knew Dave Gabrion, right?
Yes, I know, that's who I thought it was because of the truck.
But you guys pulled up to him and talked to him.
That's who I thought it was. And
Was he wearing a mask?
I thought it was him, and that's what I'm gonna state.
Did it look like him?
I thought it was Dave Gabriel.
Did it look like him?
I thought it was Dave Gabriel.
So it's a yes or no answer. Did it look like Dave Gabrion?
Yes, it did.
Now today and other times, you had testified that the last point in that day that you saw Ricky Atwood was he was turning south on M37, correct?
Yes,
Off of what street again?
off of Wilcox.
Okay. And I know council had asked, is that the direction of Grand Rapids, correct?
Wilcox is not the, Wilcox is, going to the right of Wilcox. It's going towards Grand Rapids. M37 to the right
Sure,
is going to Grand Rapids.
correct. It also goes other places, right?
They could, but that's the street that I seen him turn down, which I said I seen him turn it down, going down M37 towards, going out of town towards the Grand Rapids area. That's,
Okay. I know you testified earlier that Ricky Atwood lived in White Cloud, and maybe a minor detail, but did you know he actually lived in Croton?
no. The training I went to, if I'm not mistaken, was in White Cloud. I don't know where he lived after that.
Well, on this day and before this day, he lived in Croton at a trailer.
I didn't know that.
If you turned south on M37 from Wilcox, would that be the direction that you would go to Croton area as well?
That's possible.
All right, I'm gonna go to the 2016 interview again, page 26. Do you recall stating that you and Ricky Atwood went to the flowing wells, but you weren't certain if Roy was still in the car at this time?
No, I don't recall us. I don't remember us going to the flowing well at all.
You don't?
Actually, Judge, I am going to raise an objection here. Generally, the impeachment ought to be verbatim from whatever the document is, and the word "still" is not it. And now this makes a difference in context. So with regards to this question, I'd ask the statement actually read to the witness.
So the objection is that you misquoted, I think, what he said in the
And I-
2016. So
that's
why don't
fine.
you reword that and tell him what he said or ask the questioning?
I wasn't trying to quote anybody at that point. I was just kind of asking if you recall. But do you recall going to the flowing wells
No,
at that time?
no, I do not.
You do not. All right. So when Detective Watson asked, do you remember the flowing wells? And you answered, I remember me and him stopping at the flowing wells. I think we stopped at the flowing wells and rolled up and smoked a joint and then took off and went riding around, and then he dropped me off. Detective Rios says, okay. You answer, but I don't know how long I was in the car with him. I don't want to say a half hour or an hour, but I know for a little while. And then he said he had to go somewhere, so he asked me if I wanted to go. You don't recall stating that at all?
No,
Okay, so this is inaccurate as
he
well?
never asked me that I want to go anywhere with him. And I do not remember going to the Florida wells whatsoever.
And you don't recall telling any detectives back in 2016 that you went there?
No, I do not.
You then say, on the top of page 27, I don't remember where he said he didn't tell me where he had to go or what he had to do, but I know he said he had to do something and he had to drop me off. As a matter of fact, I think we were at the flowing wells. We went from the flowing wells and he said, I gotta drop you off. Where do you want to go? And then that's when I got dropped off, but I don't remember. Detective Rios asked, and Roy was still in the car with him? And you answer, I don't remember if he was still in the car with us at all. I don't remember. And then to be fair, Detective Rios asked, well, when you got dropped off, Roy was still in the car? I think he was still in the car is what you stated. You don't recall any of that conversation?
Yes, but at the time, I don't believe he was in the, I don't remember the call when we picked him up, and I stated that. I don't remember when we picked him up. And I don't remember going to the Flowing Wells, and I don't remember him being in the car with us at Flowing Wells. And I don't remember going to Flowing Wells to smoke no weed.
So do you,
Now, the only time that I remember him being in the car was when we were at the telephone booth. That is the only time I remember Mr. Snell being in the car with us. Any other time, I don't remember being in this.
so you actually don't remember if Roy, Mr. Snell, was dropped off before you, with you at the same time, or you were
When I
first?
got dropped off from when we picked him up, I don't remember where we picked him up at, but when we went to the telephone booth, he was in the back seat of the car. I got out, he was still in the car. They left. Going down Wilcox and turned on M37.
So what you stated in 2016 was you didn't know and you couldn't remember if Roy was still in the car at the time you were still hanging out with Ricky. But now what you're saying right here today is Roy was definitely in the car when you left the car.
Yes, he was.
But why didn't you know back then?
I told him that. I told him when we picked him up. I don't remember where we picked him up at. I'm gonna say this again. I do not remember where we picked him up at. But when I remember him being in the car, when we went to the telephone booth, for Rick to use the telephone booth, and then I got dropped off, and he was still in the car. Now, where we picked him up at, I don't remember. I know he was in the car when I got out and they left. He was in the car.
I know you're saying that today, but back in 2016, you didn't recall if he was still in the car.
Yes, I did. He was still in the car. I said he was still in the car when I got out.
But what I just read indicated you didn't remember if he was still in the car.
That's not true.
Okay, so this transcription is
Okay, well,
an error, correct?
and I see there, because I do remember him still being in the car when I got out.
Okay. I mean, so I know there's a lot of inconsistencies. There's a lot of different time frames going on where years pass, and today we're at 39 years plus. So I know memory is a tricky thing. But the inconsistencies you have with the big things, like Mr. Snell supposedly admitting that he killed Ricky, or that there was a gun and it was this color, or it was that color, or who was dropped off first. These are major inconsistencies, aren't they?
No, I got dropped off. He was still in the car. That's not an inconsistency.
Well, the inconsistency is your previous statements saying you didn't know if he was in the car.
I don't recall saying that. I know for a fact he was in the car when I got out. And that's my statement.
Don't you think it's odd that you remember, then you don't remember, and then you remember again?
I don't ever recall saying I do not remember him being in that car, because I remember him being in that car when I got out of it. I don't ever recall telling detectives that I don't remember him being in there, because he was in there when I got dropped off.
And at none of these points, then you're not lying. You just to
No,
save
I am not lying.
yourself.
I don't have to save myself because I have done nothing wrong.
How do you expect the jury to believe you today?
I'm going to object to the formal question.
Okay, court would sustain the objection. Ms. Smulders, you're gonna rephrase? Sure.
Because you've been so inconsistent and going back and forth all the time, wouldn't that lead one to believe that you're lying?
Why would I lie?
I don't know, you tell me.
I have no reason to lie.
I'm gonna confer with both.
Sure.
All right, one last question. Did anyone offer you anything today in exchange for your testimony?
No.
Thank you.
Sure, Boston.
Hi, Coach Bliss.
You may.
Thanks. Mr. Sanders, I'm going to hand you a document here. It's got a lot of pages in it. This is your preliminary examination testimony, okay? And at the bottom of every page, there's a page number, okay? And then when you get into it, see the numbers along the side here, okay? And the Q and the A means question and answer, okay? I'm going to go over some of this with you. I want you to have this hard copy, and I'm going to work off my computer. Is that
Your Honor,
okay?
may we inspect that copy before he hands it to the witness?
Sure, absolutely. No worries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett.
Mr. Sanders, you didn't tell the police about seeing the gun with that Mr. Snell had in the car back in 1983. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, can you tell the jury a little bit about, you're 20 years old back then, when Dick Miller's interviewing you, why didn't you tell the truth?
I didn't say anything about that, and I'm gonna say it again for the second time. I was 20 years old, and I did not want to get involved with this case. I didn't want to be accused of having anything to do with Rick Atwood's disappearance. And you have to remember back then, I was a 20-year-old black man, a young man. I did not want anything to do with that, and I didn't want to be accused of having anything to do with his disappearance. This is why I did not say anything about the gun or any of that.
Hey, Mr. Sanders, you testified at an investigative subpoena hearing. The jury's heard about that in 2019, right? You remember that?
Yes, I did.
You remember testifying next door in the preliminary examination for Mr. Snell, correct?
Yes, I do.
Now you've testified here today, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Have you found any of that to be enjoyable, sir?
No, I have not.
Okay. Talk a little bit about, you mentioned there was this altercation between you and Mr. Snell when you said he pulled a gun on you down by the high school. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Is that the same day or a different day that you've testified to about in terms of the last time you saw Ricky Atwood?
This is before the incident with Rick Atwood.
So this is a different day.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. He didn't, because you testified earlier today that you were down by the high school and with Mr. Atwood and Mr. Snell, and this is a different event that you're
This is
describing.
a different time altogether.
Okay, fair enough. In terms of, okay, the weather that day indicated, you testified that it was nice at the time that you saw Mr. Atwood and he sold you the $10 of marijuana and then you guys picked up Mr. Snell, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you know if it rained later that day?
I have no idea.
Fair enough. Now, in terms of whatever date this was, that's the last day that you saw Ricky Atwood, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay, and how long after that time that you saw him turn right and go south on M37, how long after that, I know you've already testified this, so just be patient with me. How long after that was it before you heard that he was missing?
It was a week.
Okay. So those two things you have a good memory of?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, was Ricky Atwood's disappearance a big deal around town?
Yes, it was.
Okay. If you can, I'm going to ask you to open up that right there, if you would, please.
And I'm on page 89 of volume 2 of the preliminary examination transcript. If you could open that up to page 89, you let me know when you get there, Mr. Sanders.
All right, I'm there.
Okay, top of the page, do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer at the preliminary examination? Question, okay, do you remember what you were doing when you first saw Mr. Atwood that day? Answer, well, I was walking down to the mill pond when I saw him. I was walking on the way down to the mill pond. Line 7, do you remember being asked that question and giving that answer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, on line 7, do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer? When you saw Mr. Atwood, how was he getting around? Answer, he was driving his Trans Am. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and going to page 90, if you would, please. And by the way, when you were under oath when you testified in preliminary examination, just like you are today, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. On page 90 there, let me know when you get there.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm there.
on line 15, do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer? Question, how many times have you been in that vehicle, during your lifetime? Answer, I would say maybe 2 or 3 times. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And going to page 91, please. Let me know when you're there.
There.
Okay, line 16, do you remember being asked these questions and giving these answers? Question, okay, what happened when the two of you got together there? Answer, I seen him down there and I went up to the car and I asked him if I could buy some weed. Question, okay, what did he say? Answer, he said, yes, hop in. You remember being asked those questions
Yes, I do.
and giving those answers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to go to page 92, please, line 7. Do you remember being asked these questions at the preliminary examination and giving these answers? Question. Remember my question. The question is, while you were in the Trans Am with Mr. Atwood, did you ever see Roy Snell? Answer, yes. Question. Okay, you remember where you were when you first came upon Mr. Snell? Answer, no, I do not. Question, okay, and you and Mr. Atwood were in the Trans Am together, is that right? Answer, yes. Question, okay, did Mr. Snell get in the vehicle with you? Answer, yes, he did. You remember being asked those questions and giving those answers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. On page 95, Mr. Sanders, let me know when you get there, sir.
I'm sorry, I missed that one.
On page 95, and I'm going to be on line 3.
I'm there.
Thank you, sir. You remember being asked these questions and giving these answers? Question, okay. Were you looking, I think you told us you were looking to buy some marijuana that day, right? Answer, yes. How much marijuana in terms of dollars did you want to buy? Answer, 10. Okay, question, okay, $10 worth? Answer, yes. You remember being asked those questions, giving those answers?
Yes, I do.
Go to page 95, Mr. Sanders, please.
I'm here.
And we're going to be on line 10. You remember being asked these questions and given these answers under oath in preliminary examination. Question, okay, after Mr. Snell got in the vehicle with you and Mr. Atwood, was there ever a time that you and Mr. Snell were in the vehicle alone? Answer, when he stopped to use the telephone? You remember being asked that question and giving that answer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're talking about Rick Atwood there, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and on line 23 of the same page, you remember being asked this question and given this answer. Question, okay, while he was out of the vehicle, did you have any conversation with Mr. Snell here? Answer, yes, we did. Remember that question and answer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, going to page 96 now, page line 1. Do you remember being asked these questions and given these answers? Question, okay, what did Mr. Snell say to you? Answer, pulled out a gun and he asked me if I wanted to rob Rick Atwood. I told him no. Question, okay, describe the gun for the judge, please. Answer, now that part I'm not really for sure if it was a revolver or semi-automatic. I don't really remember. Question, okay. Answer, I know it was a gun, but I don't know if it was a revolver, if it was like a 9mm type. Remember being asked those questions and giving those answers?
Yes, I do.
Same page, page 96, I think that's the same page, line 14. Do you remember this question and answer? Okay, was it a long gun or a pistol? Answer, it was a pistol. Do you remember giving that answer under oath at preliminary exam?
Yes, I do.
Would you go to page 97, please, line 23? Starting on line 23. Let me know when you're there, Mr. Sanders.
I'm here.
Okay. Do you remember being asked these questions and giving these answers? Question, okay, how much longer are you, okay, does Mr. Atwood come back to the vehicle? Answer, yes, he gets back in the vehicle and then he has something to take care of and he asks to drop me off. Question, okay, did he tell you what he had to take care of? Answer, no, he did not. You remember being asked those questions and giving those answers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you go to page 101, please? Let me know when you're there, Mr. Sanders.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to starting on line 4. Do you remember being asked these questions and giving these answers under oath preliminary examination? Question, okay, did you ever see Ricky Atwood after you saw that brown Trans Am turn southbound on M37? Answer, no, I did not. Question, do you remember talking to Mr. Snell after that day about what happened to Ricky Atwood? Answer, I talked to him probably a week later. Question, and at that point in time, had you noticed Mr. Atwood missing? Answer, yeah. You remember being asked those questions and giving those answers under oath in preliminary examination?
Yes, I do.
Can you go to page 102, please?
I'm there.
Thank you. Starting on line 4, do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer? Okay, back in 1983, when you talked to Detective Miller, did you tell him about Roy Snell pulling a gun out and asking you if you wanted to rob Ricky Atwood the last day you saw him? Answer, I'm not for sure. I do recall talking to him the first time. I didn't say anything. I told him I didn't want to be involved. Remember giving that answer over in the preliminary examination when you were under oath?
Yes, I do.
Can you go to page 103, Mr. Sanders, please? We're almost done.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, starting on line 13, please. Do you remember being asked these questions and giving these answers under oath of the preliminary exam? Question. Okay, Mr. Sanders, obviously we're talking about 1983 today, and the questions that we're going back and forth here with your testimony about Roy Snell showing you a gun in the backseat of Ricky Atwood's car. Your memory about that, is there any problem with that memory? Answer. It is not. Question. Okay, are you certain that happened? Answer. Yes, it did. Do you remember being asked those questions and giving those answers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, thank you very much. Nothing else, Judge.
Ms. Smulders?
Well, congratulations is owed to you. You remembered 100% of what Mr. Rolstein had asked you. But yet, why is it you couldn't remember the things that I had asked you?
I told you the answers to the things that you asked me.
But you couldn't remember anything from the times, well, strike that. You couldn't remember anything that didn't bode well in your favor, correct?
I remember what I remember to what I'm saying is I remember everything that you asked me to my best of my ability.
But you flat out said certain things you did not remember, correct?
Yes.
When you were redirected by Mr. Rolstein here, you indicated that this case was a big case around town, correct?
It was a big issue, yes. We wouldn't say that it was a case yet. Everybody was concerned about the disappearance of Rick Atwood.
So it was a big deal.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you said that you didn't want to be accused of any involvement, correct?
Yes.
So isn't that why you changed your story and tried to point all these specific instances in the direction of Mr. Snell?
No.
That has nothing to do with trying to deflect any
No.
sort of involvement from you to Mr. Snell?
No, I was not there. I was not around when Mr. Atwood disappeared. I was not around. I was there. I was there when he left to go wherever it is he was going down M37 towards Grand Rapids area. But other than that's it. I was seen. I wasn't with him. I wasn't with him when he come up missing.
And it's your testimony today that the recorded transcriptions of what you stated in the past, so 2016, 2019, et cetera, were in error?
That's possible.
No more.
Okay, questions from the jury? Were you afraid of Roy or his family and what they would do?
No.
After Rick's disappearance, did Roy Snell become agitated when you asked if he was involved with Rick Atwood's disappearance?
Yes.
Were you or have you ever been afraid of Roy Snell?
No, I have not.
Would you tend to dislike someone if they pulled a gun on you?
Yes.
When you were last in the vehicle, do you remember if the hood scoop was missing on that day in question?
I didn't pay it any attention.
Do you think in 2016, when you gave that statement or interview or hearing, that you would or could have been under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you were questioned?
No.
Do you know where you were when that 2016 interview was given?
I was in the St. Louis Penitentiary.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Ralston?
No, thank you, Judge.
Ms. Fordyce?
No,
I'm sorry, Ms. Williams. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. You may step down. You may stay or leave. Just if you could hand that transcript to Detective Rios on your way out. Due to the late hour, it's about 4:10. The next witness that they intend to call will be fairly lengthy. So I think this is a good time to break. Counsel, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No, no object to that on a Friday, Your Honor.
We'll let them, caution you a couple of things. Monday morning, we'll come back at 8:30. Same deal. You'll go back into that jury room until we begin. I'll caution you again not to talk to anyone about the case, including family or other jury members. Also, a caution again not to do any research either through social media or online or through any news or media outlets. It's important that you maintain that